This is one test test. Is this one on? Yeah. Okay. Right, right. Yeah. Okay, maybe we should. Are you ready down now? All right, cool. Tokyo. Cool. Ohio gozaimasu. I'm gonna kickstart this day with semantic rocket fuel for your microwave. So I've been working on a new information modeling system, and I was looking for the right technology to use. And Bitcoin has some interesting cryptography elements, like we hash the data, we got public private key pairs, we got the time chain. So I was thinking about using blockchain technology, but yeah, it doesn't really scale so well, and yeah, I wasn't too happy with the approaches that was out there already. There's so many scams around. So I stumbled upon Nostr. And why Nostr? Well, it's nodes and other stuff transmitted to relays, and my information modeling system is definitely other stuff. There are force clients and relays already there, ready to use. There's an amazing community, that's you guys. Also, the timing was spot on because I was just looking for something like this. So, Nostr all the things. The agenda for today is that I'm going to present two new systems. The first system is for making things more human readable, and the second system is for making things more machine readable. So system one is a fairly simple system, and it is for making human-friendly descriptions. We live in a world of really large numbers, all the private keys, public keys, signatures, transactions, IDs, all those are just really big numbers, and they're not very human-readable. So to compensate for that, I figured a very simple node structure, which I call the descriptor node. And the descriptor node has 4 fields. It has a point, which is what we want to describe, or the descriptor, if you will. It has a name, which is basically a field meant for a human-readable name. It got a label, which is a short description, just a one-liner, and then the rest of the node is dedicated to a multi-line description called a description. And we can see we have an example of one up here, right, where there's a hash to begin with, or some kind of a hex value, which is kind of unreadable. And then we put in a human-readable form called, where we call it order number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we all of a sudden know well, we have an identifier, we kind of know what it is. Then we put in a label where we call it web shop order of a t-shirt. Then we know that much. And then we have a multi-line description. This is awesome t-shirt in size large, order from web shop, order number 12345. Remember to pack sticker freebies. And also the number of that is quite approachable. And it would be kind of nice to have for many things we meet in cyberspace, like all the Nostr IDs we have right now, for example, from members we meet. All the fields except the point, of course, is mandatory, is optional, and yeah, that makes the thing much more general. So how do we implement this in Nostr? I like to use the old, good old developer principle: keep it simple, stupid. There's a lot of, I mean, when you do a new NIPS, then it's very tempting to just say, oh, I'm gonna put this into the JSON document. Oh, I want to put this into the JSON document. And I feel like the JSON document is already pretty advanced. I mean, if you look at this, this is a typical Nostr node as it looks today, and it's not even advanced. We got the ID, we got the pub key, we got the timestamp, the signature, the actual content that we want to convey. And yeah, the tags are not even filled out on this one, and it already a lot. So I kind of hope that people won't pollute the simple Nostr message with more metadata. So instead, for the descriptor node, I simply introduce a new kind called 101, and then I dedicate in the content field a line to each field in the descriptor node. So line number 1 we just dedicate to the point, then line number 2 will be the name, line number 3 will be the label field, and the rest of the node will be the multi-line description. And with that, we have something that is fairly simple to parse and doesn't really pollute the node, because everything is pretty much in the content field where we would have our node anyways. So I like to demo that, and I have forked a nice little client called Gossip. It's made by a guy called Mike, and I think a few of his friends as well. It's quite slick. I like if you go into my notes, it has little features like this one. This is a little stake icon. If you click on it, then you can see the actual Nostr message as it looks, and get the Nostr ID and so on. Kind of like that. Next to it, I have made my own little icon called Diskit. And if you click on disk, then it pre-outfills the point with the ID of our Nostr node, and then we can say, well, here's a little node where maybe we have reposted someone's node. Let's say call it a Joe's message. If I can spell, let's call it Joe's message. And let's say it's Joe's favorite food recipe or something. Great. Then we click create, and now we have created a new node that then contains a description of this node. And so the trick here is that instead of putting it into metadata of the node itself, we actually generate other nodes that describes other nodes. And this means that in the future we can make quite advanced search features, where sometime in the future, when we can't really remember what was Joe's favorite recipe, then we can just look it up on our nodes for the nodes themselves. So this was a very simple demo, and now we go on to the system 2, which is making things more machine readable. So this is where it gets a little bit more complex. And this is for making micro apps, and it's also for making micro protocols, and it's for paving the way for more advanced AI stuff. And it is based on infographs, because infographs was basically made for this kind of project. So a short intro to the infograph. It was invented by some weird Scandinavian guy. It's a graph-like structure where edges can have edges, and each edge is an atomic bit of information. So this is a picture of a normie graph. This is not an infograph. This is what we are used to look at, right? We got Alice, we got Bob, and then everything about the relationship is on the edge itself. So in this case, Alice is friends with Bob, and that's in the edge. On the infograph, the edge is atomic, so we don't have anything on the edge. We just have Alice, and we got Bob, and then the edge between them. So it's actually three objects. Alice is object 1, Bob is object 2, and the edge itself is object 3. And we don't even have Alice and Bob. We just got ID 1, which is an Alice, ID 2, which is Bob, and ID 3, which is the graph, the edge itself. So how do we model Alice and Bob's friendship? Well, we have our relationship from Alice to Bob, and then we put an edge on the edge from the relationship between Alice and Bob to the concept of being friends. So in this picture, it looks like we have 3 edges, but we actually only have 2, one between Alice and Bob and one between friends and Alice and Bob. And to make it a little bit more readable, we put sometimes parentheses around ID3, as we can see here. So this a simple edge we also call an info triple, and it can be written in a tuple structure, so that we put ID3 first, because that's the identifier, column 1, and then we put ID2, which would be Alice, and ID1 in column 2, which would be Alice, and ID2 in column 3, which would be Bob. And we can actually stack them on top of it, and on top of it and then we get an info table. So in this case, we could say, well, here we have ID1, ID3, ID1, ID2, so that would be Alice and Bob, and then underneath we can see ID5, which refers to ID3, and then have ID4, and so ID3 would be the relationship between Alice and Bob, and then ID4 would be the concept of being friends, and so on and so forth. We can basically, it's okay if you don't get it in the first run. It takes a time to wrap your head around it, but it's quite cool because you can actually model all information that is just by 3 IDs like this, and then make a long list. So so how do we model that in cypherspace? Well, in cypherspace, all our IDs are hashes. So Alice would be a hash of something, and Bob would be a hash of something. And well, the natural way, if we then need to have a relationship between them, that we need a new hash, what would we do? Well, obviously we would take Alice and Bob's IDs and Merkle root them. And in that way we can also verify that the Alice and Bob node hasn't changed in the future, because we just sort the 2 IDs of them, concatenate them, share 256 hash them, and then we have ID3 again. Well, it would be nice then to, if we then sign this data, then we also have a user that created the triple. So and we get that in Nostr for free. So how do we implement that on Nostr? And again, I use the principle of keeping it simple, stupid. I don't want to pollute the Nostr message with more metadata in the document. Again, here we have a typical Nostr node as it looks today. It's already filled out. So instead, I introduce a new kind called 211. And then in the content, we have an info table where each line represents an info triple. And yeah, so I would like to demo that now, and I think that's going to be quite interesting. So if we go back to my notes here, Then next to the disk icon from before, then we have another little new icon called Tagit. And here we see ID1 is pre-outfilled with the ID of our node. And then we can select a value down here, so we can tag it as, let's say this is awesome, for example, and say this, click create. And then we have an info triple, as mentioned before, where we have where we have tagged our message as being awesome. We could also tag it as being spam, for example, and then click create. And now we have an info triple representing that. Now it's a bit of a mess that we both tag our message as being awesome and spam. So how do we cancel out that? Well, first we choose the thing that we want to cancel out. Maybe we say, okay, this wasn't really spam after all. So we click on the note. I don't know if you can see it here, but now we have the triple of the spam that we did before the spam tag. And then we say this one is cancelled. Click create, and now it's cancelled. Maybe I should, can you guys see it? I'm just gonna make it a little bit bigger here. And so you can see on the side we have cheated a little bit. There's a bit of syntactical sugar here where we actually put the message this is spam, this is awesome. You know, in the wild this would be a hash as well. But we could also we could put more notes on our more tags on our node from before. Let's see if we go back to our node here. Then we could tag it as this is, it was a food recipe, right? So we could take it as this is a food recipe. Just click create. And then we could put some tags on the food recipe itself. So we choose the triple here, get it up in the box for ID1, and then we can say contains tomato, contains salt, contains, let's see, what do we got? Do we got olive oil somewhere? There. Contains olive oil. And with that, we can start making quite advanced taggings, and we can start making quite advanced micro apps, because now we can say, oh, we could make a food star app where we say, give me all the Nostr nodes that contains food recipes, and then it will find this node. And we could even say, okay, give me all I have tomatoes in my fridge, give me all the Nostr food recipes that contains tomato. And then we can set that. But there's a problem though, because we have all these hashes here. I mean, it's sugar coated a bit with the tag names out here, which should have been, which would be hashes as well. So how do we make this more human readable? Well, we can use system 1 from before, the descriptor node, and then basically make use the descriptor node to make this more human readable. Now, I'm not gonna stand here and make descriptor nodes for all of these because it will take a while. So I have cheated a little bit and made this screen just for demo versions. First I made just reproduced the hashes that we had from before, just made it a little bit simpler. So now our hash is ID1. I don't know if you can see it. And then all our triples are from 2 to 8, and this is awesome would be tag number 100, spam 86, cancelled 0, this is a food recipe 700, and then all the ingredients 700, 1, 2, 3. And then I made a description for it. And so with a description, it would be something like this. We can read it, and we could say, I'm just gonna put it a little bit bigger. the first triple we made was our awesome rating. It's the message from Joe. We said, this is awesome. Second triple, we said, again, this is a message from Joe. And we said, this is spam. And our third triple is our cancellation, where we said, this time it was our spam rating that we said this is cancelled. And then we took, we made a triple called Joe's food recipe, which was a message from Joe that we said this is a food recipe. Then we took Joe's food recipe and added an ingredient to Joe's food recipe called contains tomatoes, added ingredients to Joe's food recipe contains salt, added ingredients to Joe's food recipe contains olive oil, and all of a sudden it's much more human readable. And note, we have only used the label field of the descriptor node. We could also enhance it with a name or a longer description and make it even more readable. So this is all cool. This is good for people who, developers and people who want to play around with the infograph and make their own little data nodes. Of course, for the end user, we want to make it even more slick. So for the last view down here, I have made a couple of demo apps. I'll zoom in so that it's a little bit easier to see. It's very, very simple micro app prototypes, really. The first one here, we have something that looks like a feed. So where we have a nice little icon of a letter to indicate there's a new something new coming in. We have the actual text of the node, and then we have a rating where we have translated our this is awesome rating to 5 stars. And if we mouse over the little envelope, then we can see we get the ID of the message. If we mouse over the rating, then we get the ID of the rating itself, because that's 2 different things, and that means that we could, in principle, then dispute the rating and then change it around as we extend this app to become an actual app. Underneath it, we have the recipe app, just a really prototype-ish demo of a Foodstar app, where we have the recipe itself, and then it has listed all the ingredients, because it can read that we have the ingredients from the info triple. So we have a little icon for our tomatoes, and a little icon for our olives, and a little icon for salt. And we can even get the IDs of these triples as well, meaning that we could, in principle, make our own little notes to that. Say the tomatoes, we have maybe a special kind of tomatoes that we find is good, then we can write a note for that. And then other people who read this Nostr note, they can get the recipe, but they can also get our added tips for what would be better if they like. And with that we can make all kinds of new applications without polluting the JSON document of the Nostr node with all kinds of metadata. We basically, for these 2 apps, we're basically using the same simple data format of the info triples. So yeah, that's the end of the demo, and it's actually also the end of my presentation. If you guys want to follow along, then I made a profile just for this startup from this conference. It has a QR code. We have you can also find it on iris.to/semantics. Funding is so very welcome, because I'm doing this in my own time for my own money. I would also like to appeal to people when using this to have some moral and ethics, because it's kind of powerful technologies that we are releasing here. And I'd like to end this presentation with my favorite quote of Halfin: "The computer can be used as a tool to liberate and protect people rather than to control them." Thank you for listening. Okay.
Are you happy to take questions?
Yeah, sure. Yes, yes, and I might even use them to label the encoding of it. But the thing about the labels is that they are, well, they're nice and all, but they're made for Nostr. The thing about my system is that I didn't make it for Nostr originally. I actually made it for something completely different. And then I was like, well, I want to use private public key pairs to sort of verify the user that's making this, and then I bumped into Nostr and like, well, they're doing that already, so why not use that? But this is meant to be something you can then take out of Nostra, and then you still have then you don't need to pass the JSON files. But yeah, I'm aware of those. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not there yet, but that's going to be one of my my interesting. So he asked how about performance and data structures in if we're going to make bigger queries in the future, and yeah, that's going to be one of my interesting little side projects in next year, basically. And yeah. So, any more questions? All right, thank you.
Let's see. Should have done this beforehand. Okay. Ohayo gozaimasu. My wife is tired of hearing me say that. My name is John, also known as Hodlebod. There's some stuff about me. I work on Coracle mostly. And today I am going to talk about relays. I retitled this talk a bunch of times. I was going to talk about gift wrapping and encryption and stuff, but relays are a big part of that for supporting private groups. Do you use them? Do you ignore them? And as I was working on that, I kind of discovered some interesting properties of what relays can do and what they can't do, and a neat paradigm. So I thought I would just focus in on that and share that with you guys. We're a little behind, so I'm going to try to shorten my talk by a little bit here. But yeah, basically my talk is called Functional Relays, and that's a pun because relays have to work, but and functional programming is a nice paradigm for making things work. So to get started, I thought I would start with the consensus definition of what a relay actually is. A relay is it really isn't much. There's not a lot that a relay does. It basically stores events, and that's the end of the story. They're interoperable, but actually defining that term is a little tricky. So I'll get into the details of what that actually means. But that's kind of your basic definition of a relay. Not all relays are equal, though. So relays can differentiate. You don't have to have just a whole bunch of relays that do exactly the same thing. And there's a few different ways that relays can differentiate from each other. You've got performance, so you can have a slow relay or a fast relay, or a relay that has lower latency or higher latency. This is actually one of the main aspects that relay development has gone into so far is performance. You've got most notably stir-fry with its memory mapped data structures or data access, and that's blown a lot of the other relays out of the water. And so, another way that relays can differentiate is by behavior and what kind of functionality they support. So there's a few different NIPs that relays may or may not want to support. And then you've also got data set. So relays can contain different sets of data. You might have different data based on pub key, or based on who just happens to write to it, or based on content analysis. And relays have some tools for choosing what data set they actually support. And then there's availability. And what I mean by this is not uptime, but sort of interface. So relays are generally sit behind a WebSocket interface behind a domain name that resolves to an IP address. But you could equally put a relay behind a Tor onion service. You could put a relay in memory in your client application. You could put a relay behind a LAN, so you have to actually be on a particular network in order to access it. You might have a relay that sits in an app on your mobile phone that other mobile clients can talk to, sort of a local relay abstracted out. So there's a lot of different ways that relays can be kind of located. So let's talk a little bit about interoperability. Relays have to be interoperable in order to function well as kind of good citizens of the Nostr network. And the litmus test, I think, that makes the most sense is from an end user's perspective. If they take a relay and they plop it into their relay settings, then it should be able to make their experience better. And there are some caveats to this, like if you add 1 million relays, your experience is going to get worse. But just kind of keep that in mind, that a relay should provide some kind of improved functionality to a client. But of course, this can go along any of the other dimensions that I mentioned earlier. A relay might not have all the data that the user wants, but it might have some of the data and be able to access it faster, so like purple pages. Other relays might have no data that is commonly requested, so it might not respond to requests very often, but for occasional requests, like for encrypted messages or for very old data, that relay might be well suited to serve those requests. And so a relay can add to the user's experience of performance or data availability or feature availability, but there's some ways that you can do this wrong as well. So, behavior is a really sticky thing for relays because interoperability depends mostly on behavior. You can have different sets of data, and that doesn't break or hurt interoperability all that much. But if you have missing features or extra features, that affects interoperability. And what I kind of discovered thinking through all this is that with relays, extra features are actually worse than missing features. And that's a little counterintuitive, because if you add an extra feature to your software, to your API, let's just say, and no one uses it, it doesn't really hurt anything. Whereas if you remove a feature from a standard interface, it does actually hurt things. With relays, I would argue that it's actually the opposite. Because if you remove a feature from a relay, we have other relays that we can rely on. So the client isn't actually damaged by that relay not supporting that particular feature. So, just to make it concrete, you've got request and you've got event. Those are kind of the two main commands that relays support. If your relay decides to just ignore event and throw a notice every time someone tries to publish to the relay, it doesn't matter, because that's not the only relay anyone uses, hopefully. Same thing with request. Maybe you've got a relay and it's write only. Who cares? No one really notices. It just ignores all the requests, and those requests get fulfilled by other things. On the other hand, if you have extra features, let me skip ahead real quick to make sure I'm not getting ahead of myself. If you have extra features, for example, count or search, these are the kind of the two main things that I think of when I think of extra functionality that isn't necessary and is tricky to support, but there are other things. If you have extra features, it invites clients to begin to rely on those. So last week I opened a pull request to the NIPS repo to deprecate and or remove NIP45 count, which is the only NIP with exclusively my name on it. So I'm destroying my own contribution to the protocol, or in other words, cleaning up my own mess. I think NIP45 is a bad idea. I think count was a mistake because the motivation for opening that PR originally back in March or April or something was let's just see how we can support more advanced functionality on Nostr. That's not just getting requests and then counting them in memory on the client. So that was the motivation, but unfortunately it's just not implemented by most relays. There was rbr.io, which is now defunct, and Nostr.band, and those are the only two relays that I know of that supported count. And so if you want to get a count, you have to ask Nostr.band. That's extremely centralizing. Nostr.band has most of the events on the network, but it doesn't have all of them. So not only are you not going to get an accurate count, you have to rely on one particular implementation and service in order to get that count. Same thing with search. A lot of relays don't support search. And so you have to get your search results from certain relays. And search is actually really hard to support in a really robust way. You got to have full text search, often different services to support that. And we shouldn't make relays support search. Does that mean we don't get search? Well, I'll get to that. So extra features for relays are bad. Missing features are fine. There is kind of an exception to this, and that's when you don't support, or you support a feature of the protocol, but in a way that no one knows how to use. So Nostr is an example of this. Nostr is a search relay, but it doesn't support filters. So if you send filters, it refuses to respond to your search query. That's just non-standard breaking changes. So don't do that. A couple of other things about interoperability. Data is optional. All data is optional. You can have a relay that has no data in it and provides no utility, and a user can add, following our litmus test, they can add that relay to their set, and it doesn't hurt anything. It doesn't help anything. But the threshold for being useful is that relay could just have one event. I don't know what one event could be worth adding a whole relay to your client, but I could see that actually being the case. Maybe it's an encrypted event that is the current key in a shared key scheme or something like that, some kind of dynamic relay. But you could have a relay with one event that actually has utility for the end user. So the flip side of this is that relays, I always talk about relay decommodification, and that's basically keep relays weird. Relays should not all do the exact same thing. They do need to be interoperable, but that doesn't mean they don't differentiate at all. And a big way to be able to differentiate is on that data level. So, moving from the behavior side of relays to what's actually available. And there's two basic ways for relays to do this. One is relays can scrape data from the rest of the network, maybe based on a pub key filter or content analysis, whether it's just topical or powered by AI analysis or sentiment analysis or something like that, and then suck those events in to the relay and then serve those as kind of like a read-only relay. This is kind of behind the Nostr.tools approach of adding keyword filters and stuff like that. And this can be useful. You add this relay and you can go the global for that relay and actually have a global view that makes some sense. You could do this with just rec, but of course that's really inefficient. So the negentropy protocol that Stirfry implements can be really helpful for this. there's some work being done to bring synchronization and hashing of event sets into the protocol. And then the other way to do this is through authentication, and that's kind of more useful for relays where that actually receive events directly from users. So it's a relay that is closed and authenticates people who want to write to it or read from it potentially, and then keeps that data proprietary by preventing other relays from scraping that data. Because if other relays scrape the data, then it doesn't really have as much of a function as a read relay. So like an example of this would be for a community group where everyone who's a member of the community can read to it and write to it and no one else can, or maybe a publisher that writes to their relay, so only the publisher, only a few whitelisted pub keys can write to the relay, but anyone can read from it. So it's kind of the go-to for that like publisher. So getting to the functional programming side of this stuff, one of the best talks, tech talks I've ever seen is Simple Made Easy by Rich Hickey. If you haven't listened to him, you should just go listen to all of his talks after this conference. He's brilliant and very fun to watch. And in Simple Made Easy, he gets into a critique of object-oriented programming, and he kind of coins or revives a term, an archaic term, the word complect, which basically means to braid together. And he says that that's where complexity comes from, is where you have different concerns that are braided together. And object-oriented programming is really good at braiding different concerns together. And he makes some distinction between some important things. So methods and functions are different, and state and values. Starting with methods versus functions, a method is just a function with state already baked into it. So based on that definition, a closure could be considered a method. Objects are really just syntax sugar for closures. So you bake some state into the function, and based on that state, you don't always get the same answer out of the function. So it's no longer referentially transparent. You're braiding in this extra state from outside. So that means that your function is not predictable. It can't be cached. It breaks a lot of guarantees. State versus values, I think this one is really interesting. The difference between state and values is that state has a name. State is the coupling of a name and a value. So when I assign an array, like an empty array, to a variable a, I can print a, and it's an empty array. So a is the same value now as it was before. If I do a.push of something, and then I print a, it's now a different value. A is the same name, but it represents a different value. So this is mutable state over time. Whereas with values, if I have the value an empty array, and I compare it to a value an empty array, it's always the same value. If I compare an empty array to a non-empty array, then it's a different value. It's a lot less to think about and a lot less to worry about in terms of kind of things shifting under your feet. So to apply this to relays, relays are objects. When we work with relays, we're doing object-oriented programming. They have a name, and their state is mutable. We address this relay, and we ask it for a bunch of events, and it gives us some events, and then we ask it again, and it gives us a different answer. That's fine, but it's complicated, or it's complex. Kind of going back to the just some standard behavior of objects is you often have getters and setters. If you've ever worked in Java, you know that. So that's kind of the minimum behavior for an object is you have a name and you want to assign a value to that name or get the value out of that name. Getters and setters with relays are rec and event. Rec is your getter, event is your setter. And then you also get bonus points for auth and sync. Auth is just a guard on your getters and setters, and sync is a way to do bulk getter, basically. So just a quick note that names aren't necessarily bad. If we didn't have names, we wouldn't have relays, and we like relays, so that's good. A name, though, should not be confused with state. A name sometimes represents known state. but usually it doesn't. A name actually represents purpose. So what is this relay for? Who owns it? Where does it live? Who's administering it? That kind of thing. So these names are useful for use cases, right? So one-to-one routing. So, you know, hodlbod.nostr1.com or something like that might be my inbox relay for the gossip model. And so you can see that relay's name, and you can see the description potentially in the metadata document, and you can know that if you want to reach me, you can write to that relay. It's also useful for many-to-many routing. So, you know, you've got christpill.nostr1.com. And I keep mentioning Nostr.tools. There's also Relayable. There are these relays as service services out there, which are useful for setting these things up without a lot of overhead. So I do recommend those, despite them being, you know, kind of custodial, but a good way to get started. But christpill.nostr1.com just has a keyword filter, and it looks for stuff about the Bible and church or whatever, and then pulls it in. So you know what it is generally, but you don't necessarily know what events are actually there. Sometimes the filter is wrong, and you get stuff that doesn't actually belong on that relay. And it can also miss things that are relevant. So a name is really an approximation, and it's meant for humans, not for machines. Now we get to the meat of it. Events are values. Events are not names. They're not state. If you have an event ID or a signature or both, you always have the same value, and that is exciting. Hash and signature functions are referentially transparent. If you give them the same data, you get the same string out. The same thing is true of hash sets of events. You can take a whole bunch of events, concatenate their IDs together, sort them, concatenate them, hash them, and you know that you have the same set of events. This is how the negentropy protocol works. You hash a bunch of stuff, and you compare the hashes, and if they're different, you need to do another full sync. But you can chunk those syncs down so that you can reduce the amount of bandwidth and back and forth that you have to do to actually synchronize two relays or a relay and a client. And you know, so events don't mutate, except for replaceable ones. I'm just going to take the opportunity to dish on replaceable events. They were a mistake. Replaceable events break this paradigm. Not exactly, because the IDs are still referentially transparent, but if you're using the address tag, you don't know what the value of that name is. So you've reintroduced mutable state. So we should get rid of those. So if we have state, or if we have values abstracted out from state, we also need behavior. And DVMs are a cool way to reintroduce behavior. Alan Perlis, obviously, famously said it's better to have 100 functions operate on one data structure than 10 functions on 10 data structures. So applying this to relays, going back to the count and the search examples, count and search are methods on relays. They are functions that are attached to the object. So they have this implicit mutable state, and they're also, you know, tied to that set of values behind that name. But it's really common, I mean, maybe even universal, to want to run functions on more values than is represented by a particular name. So count is just, it's almost comically broken. This was known when we put the spec together, and this is why I want to remove it. If you want to count events from two relays, one relay gives you 50 and the other relay gives you 100. You know 50 is wrong, but you don't know if it's actually 150 or 100 or 125. You have a range of between 100 and 150 that might be valid. So you, and like, if you're 50% off, are you anywhere near useful? So count is bogus, but if we build a DVM that can count the values behind multiple names at the same time, we can actually fix that problem. It's an expensive problem to fix still, because, you know, we have to do that synchronization. But if we have an efficient hashing and synchronization algorithm like the negentropy protocol, that can actually be done. And of course, DVMs are free to keep caches and state themselves. That can be hidden away. So, you know, we're dealing with a stateful system, but we can apply a functional paradigm to it. So separating state and behavior allows the different components in the system to focus on what they do best. Thank you, Pablo, for DVMs. If we can move all the functionality out of relays, all the functionality that relays don't need in order to kind of curate their data, we can add more functionality more freely. We can have recommendation algorithms, and I think this is probably the right way to go with recommendation algorithms, rather than having services or clients do it. Farm it out to DVMs, because DVMs can also compete with each other, and that's already part of the DVM spec. There's an event kind for that, and Pablo also merged my count kind as well. So we have count on DVMs too, at least in theory. So that is my talk. I'm going to go ahead. I've got a minute to do a quick demo. Hopefully this will work. Last week I wrote my first DVM, which is an exciting experience. I highly recommend it. I built a little framework for adding DVMs. So let's see. Can you guys see this okay? Yeah. Okay. Let me go ahead and make it bigger. All right. So let me just show you what the framework looks like. You basically add these handlers, and then the framework listens on some whitelisted just a list of relays for events that are registered, and then it farms that out to this onEvent function, grabs the handler for the kind, and then calls the handler with the DVM and the event. The handler is a generator that just returns a bunch of events, either kind 7000 or the result kind. So if we go back to our count DVM here, I've got handle count. It takes a DVM and an event, grabs some input parameters. Let's see. Let me show you my spec for count really quick. And that's 5400. So here's a couple of examples. We've got our content, and our content is just a list of filters like you do for a request. And you can add some tags to group things. I'm going to skip over that for the most part. So if your tags are empty, you just get a number back. But you can also specify relays using params. So if I say param relay, and then whatever, it's only going to search that one relay. So you can add multiple relay params to search to control which relays you're actually looking at. All right, so I have a little helper function, count with progress, but basically when it takes an event, it starts a subscription on all those relays. It deduplicates the events, adds them to a result, either object or number. If there's grouping, it nests the results. But again, not important for the purposes of this demo. So it just counts the events and returns that number. It's pretty straightforward. So I've got this working in Coracle in theory. We'll see if it actually works. But let me zoom that up. There we go. So I've got a helper function that does a DVM request, manages the subscriptions and stuff like that. I've got a couple different relays, and that's for the brokering the DVM request. And then I have some of those relay params down here and a group. I'm just going to go ahead and take the group off. And so we're counting reactions for this event, 7B0. Just for, oh no, it's a pub key. So anyway, it doesn't matter. It's some event, and it has a lot of reactions on it. And so on progress, it's a kind 7000 event. We'll just log the progress, and on result, we will parse the content and log that as well. And I messed it up. Does anyone see my bug? What did I do wrong? Exercise for the reader. Oh, I'm on the wrong branch, that's why. Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Commit to trunk. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Oh, but I need to run my DVM as well. Oh, great. Well, I'll be done early. You guys can suffer through 10 more minutes of this, right?
Extreme pair programming.
Okay, so it's not working. So you can clap now. I know. I didn't try hard enough. But in theory, you're gonna get here. Let me just simulate it for you. There you go. Now you can clap. All right. So that's my pitch. Any questions? I'm happy to debate this concept as well.
Are DVMs just a super, super slow way of doing those? You're like doing a lot of back and forth and waiting for a DVM to pick it up somewhere. Like you kind of have to know there's a DVM waiting to pick up jobs like this, right?
Yeah, DVM, the slowness, the latency of all the back and forth is my main reservation with this approach too. Like an alternative would be potentially there's a NIP that people have proposed for advertising API endpoints, and it's just another way to do DVMs, but you directly connect to the server. Pablo probably has something to say about this. I think it can be pretty fast. We're talking latency, so we have the request that goes, and then the response comes back. If the DVM has cached a response, in the best case, where you're talking less than a millisecond to actually fulfill the request. So maybe you've got 100 or 200 milliseconds of latency. So I think this is feasible. And of course you compare it to the alternative. You're not going to use a DVM for a really simple operation. You're going to use it for more heavyweight things. So if we're counting 10,000 events or something like that, the alternative is actually downloading and counting those in memory. So I think the latency is acceptable and pretty minimal. Yeah.
I think for something like this, you wouldn't do the back and forth. You would just, the DVM, because it's something so simple, you would just get the result back. It's not like, oh, okay, you're going to get an invoice, pay this, and then I'll give you the results. It would just be, give me the count for this, and this is the number.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and you could maybe build a business model on this, but I think people should just run count DVMs for free. I think that's, it can be part of a bigger suite of services. So not too worried about the monetization side of this. Yeah. Any other questions? Comments? Hallucinations? All right, thank you.
Hello. So Pablo is forcing us to do a panel and not refusing to tell us what the panel is about. I have absolutely no clue what we're doing here, but it should be fun.
The fun is guaranteed. The signal is not.
As long as we're not doing JavaScript again.
Too many people.
Yeah, no, come. We can sit more people.
Okay.
It's not that kind of conference. Here, there's a table here too. We can have one person here.
This is gonna be the funnest panel in the whole conference.
And we're done. Okay. Do we have one more? Xfrog, are you around? Yeah, I think there is one
We're
around
supposed to be
here somewhere. I think this is being streamed,
Of course.
like live.
It's okay. It's, everybody's sleeping anyway. So.
That is true, except for 70% of the world's population.
Might spread out a bit more. That's the most important.
Right.
You're good.
And I was told that yesterday I was told that this wasn't being recorded, so I was speaking much more freely than I normally
No,
would.
no, it's not just recorded; it's live and edited live.
Speaks can get you when you leave the building.
That's right. I think I used the term "feds" yesterday in my presentation. Oops. All right, so
Welcome to Nostr Review.
Oh, we're doing a Nostr.
No, we're not. We're not on the list.
Okay, so
No, so yeah, so yeah,
true.
yeah. So yeah, the idea for this panel, this is called Nostr 201. Yesterday, Nostr.build did Nostr 101, just presenting a bunch of like microblogging applications and like the typical applications. But what I thought we could do today is talk about the other stuff and like dig a little bit deep on why build on Nostr, like what Archinox basically represents in the Nostr space with weird things, like really weird things.
So why don't we start just introducing the people?
Good idea. He's done this before.
Yeah. Okay. I'm G Sovereignty, and I do stuff.
He just never published.
He makes videos of people from creepy windows. I've been experienced that today.
Yeah, I do the Nostrasia podcast, and I'm working on Nostrocket, which is a thing I'm working on. I talked about it yesterday, and sometimes I just make fun of Pablo.
Okay, that's everybody does that. Who are you?
I am Pablo, the guy that everybody makes fun of, and I don't build Nostrocket because I like shipping things. It's something I do. Yeah, built a bunch of applications. I don't know, highlighter, whatever.
I'm Archinox. I'm working on Onosendai and Yonder and the cyberspace protocol.
I really can't wait to hear about this. I'm GFG. I work on Lister and Ostrich work and some other things that I'm still working on that haven't shipped yet.
I'm in Wiki. Figure out how to monetize my hobbies. So where do we start here? Why don't we hear about the cyberspace protocol? I mean, that sounds something that is weird.
It's weird. Man, I don't want to give like a thesis seminar here, but
Then don't.
yeah, okay, I won't. I'll keep it simple.
Yes.
So cyberspace is a protocol built on top of Nostr that enables a permissionless and thermodynamic metaverse. So what that means is it's permissionless like Nostr. It inherits that property from Nostr. So you don't need anyone's permission to use it or act within it. It's a 3D virtual space, and then all of your actions in cyberspace are done via proof of work. You publish a Nostr event to perform an action, and the proof of work on that action is the magnitude of your event, or of your action. The proof of work on the event is the magnitude of your action. And the reason why I set it up like that is because it's actually patterned after reality itself. In reality, you can expend energy to perform actions. You have to expend energy to perform actions. Everything you do, you have a cost paid to the universe in entropy. And in reality, everything is permissionless. Like I can punch Pablo in the face, and he can only oppose me by also expending energy. He actually can't.
Yeah, but not
nothing
if all
can
of us
prevent me.
do it at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, but the point is that you can't prevent anyone from acting in reality. So reality is permissionless, and it's also thermodynamic. And so with cyberspace, I'm creating this protocol that inherits this. It has the same two properties as reality, and so I refer to it as an extension of reality. And I believe that makes it a consequential metaverse, the first of its kind. Every other metaverse is bullshit because they're all based on access levels and permissions and artificial authority vested in
What
the
does
the
this
people
look
who are.
like? Is it like Minecraft kind of thing, or is it just text-based?
So onosendai.tech is the current tech demo. If you go to onosendai.tech, you can check out kind of what it looks like. But the look of it is not specified in the protocol. So someone else could like make the Unreal Engine 5 version of cyberspace if they wanted, which would be really cool. I'm going for like a retro 80s vibe. And so everything kind of looks like wireframes and neon.
So if somebody does Call of Duty on it, do you actually die? If you die,
That's opt-in.
and how about carrying ammo? Can you carry all that ammo?
Well, you have to do proof of work for how much you can carry.
Okay.
But it's all regulated by proof of work.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
So wait a second. If like that idea of like the Unreal 5 engine of it, like how are, because I think I've got in my mind a mental picture because I've played around with it. Like how are events placed? Like how are things put around this 3D space?
So you also use proof of work to claim space in cyberspace. You can actually do that right now by going to construct.onosendai.tech. And then so you mine an event called a construct, a 331. And the amount of proof of work on that event is the size of the space that you claim. And so once you claim that space, you can't do it yet because I'm still working on the spec, but you'll be able to put objects and interactive stuff inside of your construct. And that's how you create interactive objects. You could theoretically create a game or some other utility or a shop or whatever you want. I want to just mention that like a lot of people think that I'm working on this for purposes of gaming. And I don't think about this in terms of gaming at all. This is like it's like a fundamental utility that humanity can use for anything. Gaming
What kind
is
of mining
one.
do you have on it?
It's just the NIP13.
Okay. So like, don't you think that like the issue here is that like now you're just competing for resources that people would probably be putting towards like Bitcoin mining, for example?
I am increasing demand for hash power.
Yeah, but people are not making sats, right? Like from that, because right now
Yeah.
you can put very little sort of mining capability towards making sats on Bitcoin, right? Through mining pools and stuff. So like, have you thought about maybe like changing it to let's just bike shed your wonderful project, like maybe fidelity bonds or something like that. So no, seriously, because then like you're essentially leveraging like all the Bitcoin proof of work, right? That you get by using the Bitcoin money, right? And then sort of like that route instead
So
of
you
having
use
people.
you use money to power it instead of proof of work.
Well, it's a proof of work money. To
Yeah.
power.
I mean, no, I get it. Part of the reason why I want to use proof of work in the way that I am is because it is keeping it very, very simple in terms of implementation and onboarding and usage. Settling every action you do when you're doing multiple tens of actions per second, settling that to the time chain in some way, or handling invoices for all of that could be problematic.
Yeah, no, I asked because like many years ago when Cloudflare was sort of coming out, we thought that why don't we just do proof of work on the browser? We created a project. It was like Cloudfire or something like that, and you could mine like it would force your browser to mine a little bit, right? Expend some proof of work so that you could prove that you were not a spammer, right? Or like fake accounts trying to DDoS our website at that time.
Yeah.
And we found that most users are just not willing to go there, but they're willing to park some sats.
Yeah. I mean, I've already had a lot of people mining constructs for cyberspace, so that's
Cool.
It's going well. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I just want to see if this will work. It's obviously an experiment, and I think that if the proof of work does work out in the way that I'm hoping, then it'll actually only complement Bitcoin in terms of the hash power distribution, I think.
That's very cool.
Yeah, thank you.
And have you thought about changing the, not using NIP13, using some kind of non-Bitcoin hashing?
I mean, actually, I need to use, I want to use Bitcoin hashing SHA-256 because I want people to be able to repurpose their ASICs if they want to power their cyberspace interactions. I actually have a buddy who has an S9, and we're going to try to get it to mine cyberspace events so that he can like zoom through cyberspace at ultra speed. With
That
his
is pretty
S9.
cool.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's going to be OP.
You know, like old Bitcoin hardware, sort of, you know, it becomes pointless pretty fast, right? I mean, electricity versus what you get out of those, like, it's a very fast dying proposition here. So yeah, I mean, it's fun.
And when you think about the, you mentioned that you don't see gaming as the goal of this. What do you envision? If it works in 5 years or 10 years, like what would that look like?
I see cyberspace primarily as a place of business and also of like people coming together and communicating and organizing. It creates an environment outside of physical reality that you can be around somebody and interact with them without having to be physically near them on the planet. And I know we have like a lot of other ways to do that through like video chats and text messaging and stuff, but the fact that you know, you can't be in a place in cyberspace without expending the energy to get there. There's no teleportation, or you can't be in two places at once. It makes the space consequential. It makes your travels and where you're at consequential, and it makes who you're with consequential. So, yeah, I mean, I think business like Lightning stores that are virtual and in cyberspace, where you could actually go there in cyberspace, and then the proprietor is controlling an avatar in that store, and you could talk to them, and you could buy products by zapping them, right? You know, in this 3D experience. That's just kind of an idea of what I hope to see. But I mean, if people make games too, that's fine. I just think that it's going to be a very, like, the games are going to be computationally expensive on purpose. So I don't know if that's like a great idea. But
do you guys remember all the KVM like stuff? Like, was it KVM? I can't remember now. Like all the 3D sort of like when it like make 3D web back in the like 90s. Like Yahoo had like a whole sort of.
I remember VHTML.
VHTML.
That.
Yeah, I mean, like you know, this was like people tried to go there. I mean, the hardware was just not there yet.
No,
but
well, neither was the just doing it in the browser. I mean, it was very, very rudimentary. Yeah. But somebody was.
It's cool. I don't know. Like you got that sort of, you know, more like cyberpunk than cypherpunk vibes.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Appreciate it.
And why? No, let's keep going with you. Why are you building it on Nostr? Like, what properties of Nostr?
Yeah, it's the permissionless and the permissionless nature of it. It's like, you know, Nostr is like a communication protocol. It's a permissionless communication protocol, and I just found that like the combination of being able to easily add proof of work within Nostr and the fact that it's kind of got this standard that other people can utilize, the interoperability, I just feel like it's just the best. I can't think of anything else out there that would kind of be up to the task of kind of supporting this sort of mesh-based reality built with, you know, these other event kinds and how you can trivially link them in a hash chain. And yeah, it's just like the right tool for the job. But I mean, maybe there's something else out there, but I just want to be part of this ecosystem because I feel like it's going to benefit everybody. Everything benefits from each other, you know? But I think the main thing is the permissionless and the thermodynamic properties make it a really, really good fit.
And do you see any issues with the lack of timing? Because I know that for the movement, you're tagging like the previous events, so that's fine. But do you see like the root event having like a weird time being an issue?
Yeah, I'm going for soft consensus on what I call your action chain, which is the events you publish that are, it's a hash chain, so every event references the previous event. It's soft consensus because it's not in the time chain. It's not like anchored anywhere. So your action chain is really only your truth that you publish. But the good thing is that there's a lot of restrictions on what constitutes a valid action chain, and it's pretty easy to screw it up if you try to like, you know, do like a timing attack or modify your events. If you fork your action chain at all, it invalidates the whole thing. So you can only publish one event referencing the previous one. And since Nostr events don't really get deleted, it's like really easy to find out if someone forked their action chain. So there's all these conditions that make a valid action chain, and you know, every event has to follow the next one in terms of the timestamp. So the timestamp kind of doesn't matter, and it's all kind of, yeah, the root event matters. Yeah.
Claim like I mine like this entire.
I don't think a lot of people, I mean, maybe in this specific room, but the people watching even understand the fact that like Nostr has no time.
Yeah.
And it's the most fascinating thing. Like all messaging requires time in order to work. right? Mostly because they don't have an encapsulated, encrypted sort of message, right? And like Nostr exists in this sort of completely timeless universe. That's why you can use it in space, right? You can send a message from, you know, the aliens are coming. You know, you send a message and it gets relayed. A year later shows up on Earth. They send a spaceship through time, right? You can exist in multiple timelines because it is a self-contained node. So it's kind of interesting that you're adding, sort of, you're kind of like re-adding a little bit of a constraint on time again, but it's relative time, it's not absolute time.
Yeah, and that's why I call it soft consensus, because it is relative, but you have to commit so much proof of work and you have to commit to this hash chain that it makes it difficult to really kind of game it in order to gain an advantage against someone else. It could happen. There is one particular attack that I kind of found when I was kind of thinking through this, which I refer to as an echo attack, where you'd be able to publish you would create valid events, but you would withhold them, and there'd be events that affect someone else.
Like ghost blocks.
And so, yeah, basically.
What's that?
A ghost block.
Yeah, it's essentially like you mine the blocks, but you don't release them.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And then you mine on top of them, and you create a long chain.
Yeah.
And then you're like, boom.
Yeah. But the nice thing though is that you can't fork your action chain, and so if you notice someone near you not publishing events suddenly, you kind of know that they're doing that. And so what you can do is you can publish echo resistance, which is an additional form of proof of work on your action chain, and that makes it so that all those events that you publish are immune to whatever effects their events would have. So once they do publish it, then you're like, oh, well, I'm immune because I published this extra proof of work for it.
Very cool. That's definitely categorized as a weird project. Fantastic.
Yep.
Any
That's other stuff for you.
Yeah, no, it's like the other stuff really is. It should be it's the 90%, right? Like
It's really, really awesome that it's modeled on reality. Like proof of work is how we, like your opening statement basically, like proof of work is how we do things in reality. Like,
Yeah, that's how we punch Pablo. Yeah.
I think like having that at the core that's like the key.
it's the inverse of fiat.
So this you might find this interesting. So Bitcoin captured the time dimension in a digital system. It's the time chain. I feel like cyberspace captures as well as it can the spatial dimensions in a digital system. And now, because they're both thermodynamic, we have all dimensions of reality captured in a digital system, which I think is super interesting, if you think about it from a dimensional perspective.
Have you considered using NIPO3 to anchor the root event? NIPO3 is an open timestamp, so you anchor, like you cannot fake the timing of the event. I mean, you can fake it, but only within a range.
I looked into open timestamps and NIPO3, and you're going to be publishing too many events too quickly to use it for all of your events. But I like the idea. I like the root event. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I also think that you could potentially anchor like a batch of events, or just the most recent event at any arbitrary interval.
You don't even need that. I mean, if they're linked together, like.
But the root event would be great.
Yeah, just the root event.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think I'm gonna consider adding that.
So what about also like so you have an event, a chain of events, because I've been thinking about this as well, right? And
nice.
So are you putting like a replaceable? So what I'm doing with my thing is like I also have event chains, and like I'm using like a head event to point to the latest tip of your chain, just as a convenience thing, really, to know that you're at the top, like a replaceable event to point to the head of the chain, so that like you've reached the current tip.
Yeah, I remember talking to you about that, and I haven't quite figured out how to make that work for it. So maybe we should talk more about that.
Okay.
Because I think it's a good idea, but I'm not exactly sure how to implement it.
Oh, well, that's pretty trivial, actually.
Well, I know, but I guess I just want to think through all like the.
You arrived at that point of the bike shedding now.
No, it's fine.
Just grab the laptop.
I'm just very like thorough when I'm thinking through how this stuff works, and I haven't digested that idea fully. So
I wanted to ask Pablo, or anyone. I haven't really looked at open timestamps. What exactly is it? Like hashing a bunch of stuff into an op return or something? Like what's happening now?
Yeah, so it commits to an op return. It's really old, so it doesn't use Taproot or anything. So it basically what you get is you submit to a calendar. Like the spec is really weird, but you submit to a calendar that whatever you want to hash. For NIPO3, you just hash the event ID. simple. And what you get back is a bunch of instructions on how to construct the proof, right? So it's basically like the instructions on how to get to a Merkle leaf. So it's append this, prepend this, append this, and it gives you like a bunch of hashes, and then you get the one that you wanted to hash. And then you need to, so it gives you the proof. On NIPO3, you base 64, put it on the content, and then for NIPO3, you need to commit the verified. So you need to wait until that up return is mined.
Okay.
And once it's mined, that's what you
But
publish.
the block nonce is part of the recoverability, right?
What's that?
The block nonce is part of the recoverability.
I don't know what goes inside the verified, but I'm guessing, yeah.
Well, for the people that don't know, like, I mean, open timestamps, like, if you had to oversimplify it, it's like, how can I get the most amount of data, right, and stick it into the 32 bytes that go into an op return? So that's why you have all this hashing, rehashing, hashing, rehashing. Yeah, exactly. But then just the very last little bit goes into the chain.
Didn't Pablo say he was working on modifying or updating NIPO3?
No, so VHF, so NIPO3 was basically like unimplementable, and then VHF tried to use it and realized that it didn't make any sense. So he rewrote it, and then he implemented it in Go, and realized that
Which is an awesome language.
yes,
Nobody uses.
I heard that all the Google people love it, so I'm guessing it's fantastic. So
Actually, nobody uses a Google either.
it's VHF and this guy.
That's it.
So he implemented a Go library to do open timestamp and a command line that is very useful. And now I'm re-implementing the library that Peter Todd wrote because it's like really old. It's really
Peter
bad.
Todd wrote it in there.
It's the end of it. Yeah. So because I want to make NIPO3 great again. So I'm going to add NIPO3 support to NDK. So you could say like event.stamp, and you get a proof that is. That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool, right? Because I think there's a lot of things that we can do if we have like this anchoring to Bitcoin.
You have to simplify the Bitcoin insanity into like a very very simple call. Like there is no other way, or people won't use it.
That's why I'm kind of avoided that.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like it's anybody who has constructed a Bitcoin transaction by hand understands serialization is not trivial. And money gone.
It's not that bad, right? You just like using the CLI, like you just like it gives you all the instructions for what you need to do there.
With CLI.
Oh, I mean, you know.
You mean like the Bitcoin CLI?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's different for open timestamps. Like you need to.
Oh,
implement
okay.
the
No,
open
because we're
timestamp
talking about like
spec.
putting. Yeah. You know what I mean.
All right. So next weird project.
Next weird project. I mean, we can stay on you, right? Or with I already forgot the name of the Yonder.
Yonder.
Okay, so explain what it is.
Sure. So, I mean, so Yonder is my mapping client. I just announced it yesterday. You can go to go.yonder.me, and you can put places on the global map. You can just basically, it's like Google Maps, but without Google. So you can create places instantly.
I
And-
love that.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it's just the initial version. I'm going to be adding
Dude, I love
augmented reality navigation to it, which I already have. And so there's an old version of Yonder that's like a Web 2 version, but that one actually has the augmented reality. It's all web-based. But I'm going to be bringing that to the new one.
I'm a very practical person in terms of just being practical here. So like I use, I'm here in Japan. I
Yep.
can't understand the characters, right? So I go to places, I save them on Google Maps, right? I've
Yeah.
been doing that for years.
Yep.
And then I have these clusters of like neighborhoods that clearly I like it because there's all these pins on it, right? Like it would be really cool now if I can sort of like I have these pins, but they live as Nostr nodes.
Yep.
And then everybody has their pins on it, and like now you just reconstructed the most amazing map ever.
And you can put your places, your pins on the map into a list and share that as a world for other people to like filter down all the noise and just focus on those pins.
And you can also have a private list too for
Yep.
other places that you don't want people to know that
Exactly,
you go
yeah.
to. Okay.
And also, the really cool thing is that it's built with the same. You're using the same thermodynamic protocol in Yonder.
Yes,
right?
yes. So cyberspace is technically also part of Yonder because cyberspace actually has two halves to it. There's a purely virtual space where all points do not correspond with a point of reality, and then there's the augmented reality side of cyberspace where all points do correspond with a point in reality. So Yonder is the real side.
So what you're really saying is that people can have the Pokemon game. Remember the virtual one, but like in the AR one that you're doing in person.
Yes.
But now it costs you proof of work to go get the Pikachu.
Yes. If they want to build that, yeah.
I mean, like
it'd be fun.
People were really into that.
Yeah, so. No, it's cool. I mean, Pokemon Go is a huge inspiration. But I've been working on augmented reality before that was a thing. I promise you, I can prove it. I have a commit history.
That's okay. You know, like we're not judging on those terms.
Yeah, I know. You're just judging me on other terms. I get it.
Yeah.
What exactly was it an inspiration for?
Was what an inspiration?
Pokemon
Go. I mean, it was just cool to see augmented reality become mainstream. That was really the first thing that people, and so the reason why we started Innovator, which is my augmented reality company, is because we saw the value in augmented reality as a communication tool, but nobody was doing anything substantial or meaningful with it. It was all gimmicks. And we wanted to make...
Are you behind Pokemon Go?
Yes, that's my... No, I'm just kidding. No, I didn't... No.
Can you explain a little bit that difference between the, like corresponding to places in, physical space or virtual space versus the rest of it? Because I think that piece, you've got a couple diagrams on the site, or I don't know where I came across them, that make sense. But I think hearing that, it just kind of doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I get it. So every coordinate in cyberspace is derived from a 256-bit number. And the very last bit, the 1 or 0, determines whether it's in data space or idea space. Data space is the real side of cyberspace, like in reality, augmented reality, and idea space is the purely virtual side of cyberspace. So that last bit in the coordinate tells you which plane. It's called a plane. That's what I call it. And so you can take any 256-bit number and then translate that into one of the planes of cyberspace and then find the 3D coordinate as well.
Are those related at all? Like, do they, like I'm imagining planes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm imagining planes like, above one another, and like that point can, like you punch through both pieces of paper. You know
yeah,
what I
so
mean?
actually if you want to travel between planes in cyberspace, you create an object that I haven't finished the spec for called a portal. And the distance between the two...
Best names ever.
The distance between the entrance and the exit is... the longer the distance is between the entrance and the exit on the two planes, the more proof of work it requires to create the portal. So if it's a direct hole punch between the two planes, it'll be a minimal...
Pretty easy.
Yeah.
But like, what are the uses? I mean, I think the obvious one with Yonder is like the real world, corresponds to real physical space in the world. Is it... Do you imagine that the other plane is literally just sort of a virtual but much larger kind of copy? Like that's just a subset of what is in the virtual only space.
Kind of, but I do think that they both stand on their own. So the interesting thing about the real space, the data space, is that there's a very limited amount of virtual space on the surface of the planet that we would consider usable, because the actual cyberspace size, it like fits the whole Earth in it in like a cube. And so if you want to claim space on the surface of the Earth where people are going to be walking and seeing things, you have to do a lot of proof of work to get that exact surface area. So if I recommend everybody go mine cyberspace real estate in Times Square right now, and then you can sell ads and you will be rich, I promise.
So what you're saying is that if like a big mining pool comes in, they can do a Dyson sphere and kill everybody?
I mean, only virtually. You just
virtually.
You respawn.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there is respawn.
Yeah, there's respawning.
But not with the same key, right?
Yeah, you get the same key. Yeah.
Oh, so it's okay. So it's not quite full.
You lose all of your proof of work stuff.
Okay.
Except for your constructs. I thought that would be.
So it's Counter-Strike. You come back naked.
Yeah. Yep. It's Counter-Strike.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Just as long as you don't kill us all, it's okay.
I don't plan on it. Yeah. Another cool thing about cyberspace is the idea that AIs could exist in a place. You could have an AI controlling proof of work systems to move through cyberspace, and you can limit it so it only interacts with people in its vicinity.
So it's like those AIs that are in the bar, like a John Wick kind of style. There's a bartender AI, and he lives.
Yeah,
in
he
that
could be at a
hotel.
place. Yeah. You could have like a geocentric, like spatially restricted AIs.
That's kind of cool. I mean, like, I'd love to see how the kids play this.
It's definitely out there. That's why I always use your stuff like the other stuff like this. Whatever Architects is working on, that's like.
You know, it's so early. Now is the time to make the weird stuff.
Oh yeah, totally.
You know, because then there's going to be stage C, D, E in the conferences, and the weird stuff just keeps on being pushed to the further away stage.
Until it's out on the tent.
That's right.
Under the bridge. All right, and now it's like the opposite side of the other stuff. So that's your stuff. So explain Nostr Rocket. I think you're gonna love this.
How is it the opposite side?
Well, it's like the whole DAO thing. I think it's very far from what he's building. It's like human organization. I don't know. It's like very, very, very different. But it's also in the other stuff, right?
Yeah, it's definitely other stuff. Yeah, Nostr Rocket is basically a way to organize human action towards shared goals. I hate talking about it. It's great that Archinox is here.
I'm his like hype man, and I kind of translate for him when he's going, and I just.
You need that. He should be your co-founder.
I basically am at this point.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. So think about how do you organize people to do things? You make a company, right? Companies are now obsolete thanks to Nostr Rocket. Nostr Rocket is a completely flat, completely sovereign, individually sovereign organizational structure where people opt in and contribute to a project without any permission or coordination, and then they earn like merits, or they earn ownership of that project through their contributions. And
How
so
do you account for that? Like, say, for example, is it, you know, if I made 1 commit, or if I made 10 commits, or like how do you sort of
Well, you know how much you know the value of your work, and so you basically state that, and then
and people agree or don't agree.
There's a request. You put in a request to get merits, and then they can approve or reject it. And so if it's on the roadmap, then it will probably get approved.
Roadmap.
Roadmap, yeah.
But you know, like companies work because like it's essentially a benevolent dictatorship, right?
Yeah, which I love, but.
No, I mean there is no other way
Stalin.
to write good code or have good products.
No, I totally disagree. I totally disagree.
Okay.
It does work and it does solve problems, but I think we can do things from the ground up. The way that like humans solve problems the same way that ants kind of find food. You go out and you solve problems that are like very close to you. And that gives like a path that other humans can follow, just like ants follow the same path.
Who had that quote? Somebody said the specialization is for insects. Humans should be generalists.
We kind of are just big insects, right?
Well, no, but
maybe you are.
I mean, I see what you're going.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Archinox, don't put the mic down. You're going to talk more about this.
No, I like the mechanics. Like the mechanics are great, right? I think like there is 2 approaches for making things, right? Like you have the cathedral and you have the bazaar. Yep. Like those things sort of tend to encompass the most amount of things. Of course, there's a lot of weird stuff that doesn't fit quite right, but that's the reason why, for example, FreeBSD works and Linux doesn't, right? Like, always. You gotta get it in there, FreeBSD. But no, jokes aside, it's cool that you're building infrastructure, right, for making the bazaar style like exist and work like within like a Nostr sort of framework.
And to make a global marketplace for labor that anyone can opt into, and just, yeah.
No, like I mean, I like the idea, and I've gone through this with G a few times. I think I stumble over the same thing that NVK is stumbling over, which is like it's horrifically inefficient, and humans are horrifically lazy. And so I think the whole idea that like you're going to go and you're going to find these things and you're going to submit and like maybe it's just the tooling is really, you have to make that really, really good to make that work. But I just don't see people being like, okay, now I'm going to go submit my work task for this 12 minutes that I spent doing X, Y, or Z, typo fix and a README or something, right?
Well, I mean, it's just like sending a pull request.
Yeah, here. So like one interesting thing that happened when stocks came about, right? So like Holland, you know, it's 1400, 1500, something like that. Indian company, anyways. They figure out, hey, you know, like we can essentially like optimize for capital creation, right? Like by selling shares, right? And if people want to do it as through work, right? Like they do the work, they get the money, they give the money, and then like it's essentially proof of work to a certain extent. And what's really cool about that is if you had a amount of work that bought that share at any point in the existence of that entity, right? Like you make some money back. But the cool thing is, if you stop buying shares, eventually you find some dilution, right? And this is how you normally sort of like start, like, because if the company is good, right, even if they dilute their shareholders, right, the price still goes up and sort of like it saves the people at the bottom, right, that they got a little bit diluted, but it really rewards the people who are recapitalizing the company to do new cool things, right? So anyways, like, are any of these dynamics like into this?
Yeah, totally. Because so like you could kind of think of it the same way, but like the shares are produced in response to problems being solved, and those problems are in the critical path towards more users and more revenue.
So you are diluting essentially
every pull request, or whatever you want to call it, is like diluting the existing sort of shares.
But it's the shareholders who are approving the request to dilute their own shares.
So Berkshire, it's kind of interesting, right? Their shares are like 500K per share, right? Like, but what's cool is that if you have a share, you have voting rights, but you can't convert that to like a million non-voting shares, but you can't go back. So you can split your share to sell pieces of it if you want to, but you lose your voting rights.
So okay, this. In Nostr, the way we deal with that is because you don't want people to have like voting rights and then vote for something that's good for them but bad
Democracy
for the company.
doesn't work.
It does not work. It does not work. I totally agree. This is why benevolent dictatorships are okay.
Yeah.
So like,
we love you for that, Jeff.
So yeah. Peace be
He's
upon
the
him.
CEO. He's not a dictator.
So you have like in Nostr, there's a concept called lead time, which is difficult to explain but easy to read. But basically,
Try in farmers' terms.
Okay, so you have merits. You can either sell them, or if you apply lead time, you can't sell them, but you get more voting power.
yeah, and then it's
So it's almost like the same thing as Berkshire.
yeah, and
It's funny, these things, like, people naturally gravitate to these things, like insects do that. Like, seriously, like, there's just, like, a spontaneous order tends to sort of, like, it exists in trends, right, that are sort of inherent to the speech type.
Yeah, like simple rules that lead to complex outcomes. So yeah. Do you want to say, because you're putting your projects on Nostr?
Yeah, the cyberspace protocol, Yonder, and Onosendai, the cyberspace client for VR. Those are all Nostr projects, so I technically don't own those anymore. I'm giving them to everyone who wants to contribute, and if you contribute, you can become just as much of an owner of the projects as I am. I will continue to increase my ownership by contributing to the projects, not because I created them, but because I'm actually working on them. And that's what Nostr. You kind of let go of that control, but you gain the incentivization of other people to join.
Last question. How do you, because I think you pitch Nostr much better than this guy, how do you, how do you set the vision? Because I didn't buy the insect thing.
We're not insects.
No.
That's why.
So how do you set the vision? For example, in your case with Yonder and Onosendai, like how do you say, okay, this is where it needs to go, given that you are not the one, like you're not the owner and all this stuff?
Yeah, technically, if it's under Nostr, I shouldn't be completely dictating the vision. The vision is according to the people who want to contribute. I can tell people what I think, but there's nothing in the Nostr Rocket protocol that prevents them from also helping set the vision by putting in pull requests that add new features or take it in a different direction. And if I don't agree with where that's going, I can either suck it up or I can fork the project again and start over with a
So
new.
can you branch off of a certain commit on like Nostr Rocket and then
Yeah.
create, like you keep everything and you duplicate the shares?
Yeah, I could
that-
do
like-
Yonder 2, the Rebellion, and then I could just start my own
So
if
this
I
is-
didn't like where it was going.
This is kind of interesting because, you know, Git is decentralized, right? GitHub is not, but everybody lives in GitHub because it's great. I mean, don't worry, Microsoft will ruin it. You know, if we continue on this trend that we do have a GitHub-like, sort of like good solution on Nostr, it gets weird in a cool way, right? Because now like those commits are like intrinsic to the protocol itself. And you can sort of quantify, qualify, and sort of create all the interesting economics on it.
That'll blow the doors open.
But you know, like a good commit probably removes a comma, you know, as opposed to like adds another 10,000 lines of code.
All right, we are passing the
Getting
mic.
kicked out. Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Test, test. Hello, hello. Okay. How do? It's good. But I can't play it now in presenter mode. I think because it's mirrored, right?
I'm sorry, what's the?
I want to play it with my notes on it.
Yeah, so don't mirror extend.
Yeah. Okay. So I need to do it here.
Yeah, display.
It's called monitor, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, what do you need? I'm in the middle of a switchover on the workshop. You're just going to have to go with silence.
How do I do this here? Advanced. Here.
No, not range. Instead of
Mirror. Stop mirroring. How about stop mirroring then?
Main use as built-in display.
I think if we stop mirroring and then I.
Yeah, but we need to do
Yeah.
this.
Wait, let me
as the
check.
main. Hold on, let me do it.
Okay. Okay.
This extended display should be good.
Because now if we play, I think it should be fine. Yes. Perfect. Okay. Very, very close to the mic. Okay. Can you hear me, guys? Yes, that sounds good. So,
Hey guys, our next session's about to start. Please quiet down. Give the next speaker your attention and respect, please.
good to see you all here. My name is Max. Hello, hello. Thank you, thank you. I am a filmmaker, so I want to talk today about something which is very close to my heart. It's connected to Bitcoin. Down this way, but there is another side as well. It's based on freedom, openness, privacy, Bitcoin, and really fucking good memes. And you all in this room are standing in front of this crossroad, and you see all of those people walking into the left side, and you're thinking, yeah, do you see them walking there, but you have no idea why they are doing this. They don't see the repercussions and the consequences of doing so. And I was at that stage in my life as well. So I've been the guy just consuming without thinking why I'm consuming this, being influenced and basically manipulated by this and living other people's lives. And I want to get or share to you how ultimately I, decided to stop consuming, be the passive one, and start to be the one who's creating the content to help the people understand what all of this is about. Because I think it's super important for all of us to push this message and ultimately stop consuming and start creating. And so in the beginning, I want to hear from you guys, or just put your hands up, who identifies themselves as a creator? Okay. That's, I would say, about 80%. That's really, really good. Because ultimately all the people who just showed their hands basically look like this. They have a very high, or you guys have a very high creator part inside of you. And the consumer part is, smaller to some extent. And there are people out there who don't, or create barely, are only consuming and aren't aware of this. There are people who are consuming like this. All of their life is 100% consuming. That's what they do. They don't have any aspiration, no purpose in life. That's what they do. I guess we have maybe sometimes days where we do this. You are sucked into social media, everything is fed to you, and you're like, dude, that's your life. And there are people who have this as their base layer. Gen Z, a lot of people say that's what they do, that's why they're miserable. But the thing is, this is not our natural state. We have a ratio between creating and consuming as human beings, right? It's not static, as I said before. Some days you might be creating more, consuming less. Another day you might be hangover and just sitting somewhere consuming Instagram, and your creator side is a little bit smaller. But ultimately, when you're born and when you're a kid, you start your life like this. You create way more than you consume. This is how kids learn. This is how you feel natural. And ultimately, that's how you play your life. Like Pablo Picasso said, every child is an artist. The problem is how to remain an artist once he grows up, right? So they have this ratio. It's mainly active. If you look at kids, the worst part you can do is being passive, right? That's boredom. Boredom is the devil for kids. And therefore, you create your own life. As kids, you are the hero of your life. You have your imaginations with your friends. You talk about, oh, I'm a princess, oh, I'm a warrior, let's play about something. And you walk through life with open eyes and touch everything. You get hurt a lot. But that's basically how you learn, right? You have to fail to ultimately learn what all of this is about. And this state is natural, but there is a big shift happening. And this ratio tends to flip at some point in life, which is not natural. It's mainly imposed on kids. So this is the change happening, and it's happening for most kids already in school, right? You come into school and you're before that super bubbly, just walking around, learning everything. And in school, there are certain rules you have to follow, because if you don't follow them, you are being judged by your teacher. So this creation which kids naturally have suddenly gets linked to grades, and they learn that it's not about creating itself anymore, but it is about the outcome of this creation. And if the outcome doesn't follow the rules, you're basically fucked, because you get a bad grade, your parents will be very, very angry about you. And this is changing that the kids are basically passive. Yeah. Before that, my sister, she's now 8 years old. She was a natural learner. She wanted to talk about certain things, but now I see that she's really, really passive. She doesn't want to learn that much anymore. And this happened for me as well. So this is me with one of my first videos I ever made. I was, I don't know, maybe 10 years old or something. And we've been just creating to create. We didn't give a shit about anything. This video is called Playing Football Around the World, and we traveled around the world and just, yeah, made super cool videos. But it wasn't about getting clicks or anything. We just wanted to put something out, and that's ultimately what made us happy, right? Me personally, in school, I still had this ratio. I was still creating and consuming less. So the videos got a little bit different. We had then some, this was when I was, I guess, 16. We made backflips. We thought it's super cool to share doing backflips. At some point, it got a little bit more sophisticated. We got better cameras, and the songs got also a little bit better. But for me as well, this shift happened later in life. So my creator part, which was very big, got smaller and smaller. But for me, ultimately, it wasn't school, but it was social media. So Facebook got bigger, Instagram got bigger, and YouTube started to explode. And that was basically what sucked me in and what I was consuming all day. Because I thought it's good to see other creators, how they're creating. I thought I'm gonna follow this artist on his tour, see how he creates his music. I'm gonna look at this YouTuber, how he's gonna create his video. Because I ultimately thought this is going to teach me how to do this myself. And this was a bad mistake, because ultimately I wasn't living my own life anymore, but other people's lives. So I was focused solely on what they are doing, what they are producing, comparing myself with them, and basically living in this reality, which was nothing like life that I was used to. So at this point, looking back at this, I understand now. A lot of people say you are the product, but this is ultimately what happened to me. I was someone who was creative, I got the product, and ultimately all companies who are so like the social media platforms that we have are companies, right? So they have not the best interests for you, because they have shareholders, they need to thrive to push their profits, and not your goals. And my goal was to create something, but ultimately my attention, instead of learning things and using my attention to build my skill, got monetized. This means it got harvested, and my consumer part, yeah, all of this, I mean, the consumer part can be good, right? Because if you consume something with the goal to learn something and have inspiration, that's fine. But the problem is that this is not how social media is built today, because they want profit. It's not about what kind of quality content you're looking at. They simply want profit out of you, because they, as I said before, yeah, monetize your attention. So it's not about the quality of the video, the education, the facts, and like Gigi said, it's basically a dopamine machine feeding you heroin mixed with crack cocaine. That's basically what it is today. It's hard drugs for the mind, and it has an effect on the content as well. Not only on the people consuming it, but for the creators as well. And that's what I want to talk about today. Aha, nice. Ultimately, we lost the proof of work in our art and especially on social media. This is what we used to do, right? This is what we used to make. We're putting aesthetics into priority, longevity, and we didn't care how long this took. This probably was years of work, right? Today we have, proof of work, and degen behavior is actively rewarded on social media. I don't know if you saw this one, but this is what we produced today. And my sister could have done this in 2 weeks. This is worth $20 million. Vienna paid $20 million for this to be created. But on social media, it's even worse. And that's you standing in the crossroads seeing what's happening. Ice cream, baby. Yes, yes. So, those are the degens creators we have, right? But there are still a lot of good creators out on those platforms. But those also face an issue because ultimately, when you create for such a platform, you need to self-censor. Because there is this effect on, let's call them good creators, they need to create according to the rules. For something to work on YouTube, you need to open your mouth wide open on the thumbnail and have bright colors. Otherwise, the algo doesn't push it, right? And it's a little bit like being back in school. It's, you have those fixed rules and you need to create based on that rules. And I personally don't like this for my art. I think art in general or creations should be free to do. We're going to look into how a process can look like and why this will ultimately have a bad effect on the art. But today, social media is like, if you don't follow our rules, we're going to punish you. You're a bad boy, you will be punished. And this is because they want to outrage the user, max the time on the platform. And ultimately, this is a downward spiral that we are facing today on social media, right? Because of this, we have the wrong incentives on social media. We happen to have deplatforming, censorship, polarization, and ultimately manipulation of public opinion. I mean, I don't know how much we need to talk about this. I think everybody here is aware what's happening. If you post raw milk videos, you're getting deplatformed for talking about milk. Having medical discussions in certain years were punished, censored. Political activists, Bitcoiners get community noted if they talk about inflation. All of this is happening in the background. We have polarization because profits can be made by polarizing people and then targeting the advertisement on them. So controversies and extreme opinions are what they need. And ultimately, they are even able to change public opinion, but yeah. So all of this is happening while you consume. Most people are not aware of this, but ultimately this is the process that the social media companies have, and you are walking down this crossroad into social media hell. And I think that ultimately we need to opt out of this. There is a way, and I think we need to embrace this way. And as I said before in the beginning, we're standing at this crossroad, and I've been halfway down this dystopian path. Like Bitcoin, Nostr freed me of this, and I understand it now. But social media now, like it is today, you're not allowed to speak freely, you're not allowed to think freely, and ultimately allowing or expressing yourself is not wanted. Because if a picture is offensive, and if you have an offensive thought, it has to be removed. So every day you have this option, right? Do I wake up and what do? Do I create or do I consume? And this is the way of being manipulated and your life basically, being impacted by their incentives. Whereas I think there's another way by just taking the camera or writing the code or creating t-shirts, creating trading platforms. All of this is basically what I say with, okay, we should start creating. right? Because I recently had a conversation which I want to share.
What is the question you were never asked, but you always wanted to answer?
What is the question I was never asked in my entire life that I always wanted to answer? Believe it or not, the question that I can't recall being asked is, what are you doing to make the world a better place?
So what would the answer be?
Bitcoin. That's basically the question. How are you going to make the world a better place? You're going to engineer a better world. The generic answer is engineer a better world, whether it's engineer a bridge, engineer a plane, engineer a power plant, engineer a reservoir, engineer a digital monetary system, engineer something to make the world a better place. And that is, that's the credo of the engineer. That's what I've been doing my entire life. But in my entire life, the most impressive engineering thing I've ever had the opportunity to be a part of is Bitcoin.
So ultimately what he's saying is creating a better world, right? Because he says engineering it, you could also say create the better world. And that's why I wanted to talk with you about this, because all of this here, Bitcoin, Nostr, Freedom Tech, it's kind of like if we want to live in this free world, it's not going to come by itself. We need to create this, right? Because it is ultimately our responsibility standing at this crossroad to take on those challenges which some people are just not aware of. They might have not happened to read the Bitcoin white paper or know that there are Nostr conferences all around the world. So this is why I'm addressing the people here in the room. You are the people who know this, who understand this, and therefore it's our job to create this, right? Therefore we need to switch from consuming all of this to ultimately start and taking the things into our own hand and shift to creating. And a lot of people might ask, why me? We have 1,000 Bitcoin podcasts, we have 1,000 podcasts. My favorite one is Tatum's. And I was lurking on Twitter a long time. I had no idea about the potatoes jokes happening there, green random suits walking around, and I was overwhelmed, man. Like, had no idea about it, but it's good to be overwhelmed and talk about this. This is how normies feel on Nostr right now. They have probably no idea what we're talking about, have no idea what an NPub is. So it is good to talk about, if you think you don't have to contribute anything, it's good to talk about your world and your worldview, because this makes great creations. It's personal, it's how you see the world. No one else will be able to see it like you. And if you need to explain what a fucking NPub is, then explain it in easy words once you understand it. And ultimately, that's what Nostr is about, right? To give everyone the opportunities to speak freely and create the world we are aspiring to. That's what Jack says here.
Being able to build on this means that I have no idea what it's going to be, and that's the most amazing thing. I'm not setting the direction. I can have opinions, but my opinions don't matter unless I build something. And if I'm not willing to put the resources, whether it be time or money, to building that thing, then it doesn't, it won't live.
And that's ultimately what I'm saying here. It's not going to be an easy process. I'm going to skip over this one, but the process is the cool thing about it. So I'm going to show you an example, and you all know the outcome of this, but you probably have never seen into the process of how something like this is created. So a lot of people are afraid of the process. Oh, it's hard, I don't know how to do this. But once you go through this, you will learn to appreciate it. So anybody knows what song this is? That's how they changed it, the producers. slowed it down a little bit. And that's what I'm saying. It's about the process. Like when I made the Nostr documentary, I had no idea where the fuck I was going with this. I had like so many interviews about Bitcoin, about freedom, about identities, and I had a lot of expectations from people what it should be like. Oh, I hope the subathon is in there, here, and this, but ultimately I needed to switch perspective and don't create for those people, because I wanted to create something which I wanted to see. So all of those expectations, I sadly needed to rug a lot of interviews, and I'm sorry for this. But all of those, the process was this cool thing to being able to create something which I myself would have wanted in this world. And I think this is what we would do. Like if you need a highlighter for the internet, build it. That's the way. And ultimately, just don't create shit. That's an easy rule you can go by. Create for yourself, create it, and let it work. Don't have any expectations what's going to happen with it, because if you focus on putting good things out, and that is your focus, it only takes one person to be inspired by this. It only takes one person to take whatever you're talking about, and you don't know what this person will do, what will come from it, or where this can spiral into. And that's why I think Nostr is so important, because it gives us the opportunity to just freely flow like a fountain, stop being just the sink here where the content goes in, and it's a lot closer to reality. For example, with zapping, if your content sucks, no one's gonna care and no one's gonna zap you. And words are ultimately just noise to some extent, and zaps are the true signal. As a content creator, this is one of the best things you can have, because if people take time and effort to send you zaps, you know that your content truly inspired them or changed something for them. And as a content creator, it's hard to know what moves people, what people want to like see. But zaps is the best thing, because you can realign your creations by, okay, no one cared about this one, no one zapped this one, that's probably shit. So I'm gonna try something else. And I think this can lead us into a digital renaissance where you don't need to self-censor as a creator. You are able to fully express yourself, and yeah, ultimately you could be coding like this, create something. Pablo, this is for you. Look at it and laugh. Yeah. Make shitty memes, or
Will just released a new Damus update in the middle of Nostrasia. Absolute total Chad.
shout out to Will. But ultimately, it's about leaving your mark on this world, and I think all of us understand where this can, or our world can lead to. I think we all have the power to make the world a better place, and that's why I think embracing creating whatever it is, code, pictures, videos, memes, is the way forward, especially on Nostr, because I think this is such an important tool which we need to, purple and orange pill the world. And ultimately, this is a way better feeling, making it with friends, expressing yourself, because the other side is very lonely in your phone, and just consuming other people's lives. It's not your life. So ultimately, that's why I think all of us should focus more on stop consuming and start creating. And yeah, so anybody has questions? That was my talk. I don't have time for questions, all right? So thank you.
Wait, guys. All right, all right. One for you. Thanks, sir. Cool. Everybody close to the mic. There's a switch.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Walter, where's Walter?
Next presenter is not here. You guys go after. You're good. Yep.
Okay, hello? Hello.
Closer, maybe.
Closer, okay.
There you go.
I'm Mike Dilger. I work on the Gossip client. This is a talk that's titled The Gossip Model, but I want to change that to Relay Rendezvous because I think that explains better what we're talking about. Because the Gossip model, the Gossip was the name of a client. There are a couple ways of doing Relay Rendezvous: inbox model, outbox model. I think we'll use those terms. So we'll drop the whole idea of Gossip model and we'll talk about those instead. And I think Relay Rendezvous explains better what we're trying to talk about. So if you think about Nostr, it's notes and other stuff transmitted by relays. So what happens is a client puts an event on a relay, and it puts it there for a purpose. You don't just go to a relay to put an event to have it languish. The point is that someone eventually is going to go to that relay, and they're going to pull that event down to benefit from it. So we have a question of which relay for what purpose. So I've encountered some 300 relays in Nostr, and if you just put your event on some relay and you're hoping someone else finds it, it's not going to work terribly well if they're not actually using the same relay. So there's a couple models you could have. One of them is called an inbox model, and it's very much like email. So with email, you would subscribe to, for example, a newsletter, and someone would then, who publishes the newsletter, would send to your email the newsletter, say every week. And so this is where the creator of the event is putting it on the relay. They're putting it on a relay that's destined for a particular person. There's another model called Outbox, which is more like a website where it's not destined for anybody in particular, it's for anybody. So the first use of Nostr that I was involved in, and I think for a lot of people, is something like a Twitter clone, something like microblogging. And in that sense, if I want to publish something for people to see, they need to know which relay I published that at. If they follow me, they're not going to be able to find it. If I published it to a relay in Finland and someone else is using a relay in Germany, the relays don't talk to each other. They're not actually relaying between each other. So there needs to be some way for people, if they want to follow my content, to know, hey, I'm posting to this relay in Finland. So there's a NIP65, and it basically says this is a way that you can tell people what relays you're using for what purpose. And the couple purposes that we started out with were Outbox, to say this is where I publish my stuff, come here if you want to get it. And the other one would be Inbox, to say if you want me to read something, put it in my inbox, because I'll be watching for things that tag me in that. I want to apologize that I didn't know Pablo was going to be on so many panels. But you guys want to, anything you want to say before we go into more stuff? Or?
Yeah, I mean, like, so, yeah, so there's, I think the theme that I want to talk about on this talk is just, you know, there's actually many different ways to store notes and retrieve notes from relays, and it really depends on the use case. So when I first made my client, I think what it is, I looked at some like code from Fiat Jaff, and he had this concept called a relay pool. And it's like the dumbest possible thing you can do on Nostr, but it's actually like, if you're just starting out, it's fine. It gives you a good idea of like a very simple way to push and retrieve notes, which is you simply, you have an array of relays, just a set of relays that you want to publish to, and then you can write a small piece of code that just pushes those notes to those relays. Now, I'm not even at this point even thinking about, you know, the entire how this is going to be good for decentralization or anything like that. It was just like a simple way to get started when you're developing. And this is kind of how I started with Damus, and I still have this model in Damus. It doesn't mean it's the best way for like decentralization. There's a lot of issues with it, like you just mentioned. But you know, for the purposes of if you're just trying to build a social media network, you can just put those relays on your profile, and then people can read your profile, assuming they can get that to begin with, and then they can, you know, access the notes, and you have censorship resistance. So I find this like the simplest model to get started on Nostr if you want to, you know, play with that idea. But there's lots of other, you know, Gossip is another, the inbox out, I guess it's considered outbox model. But something I want to talk about is there's actually other ways to fetch and retrieve data in different models altogether that no one's even really talking about right now. So something that I want to do is build asynchronous communication on Nostr. So like email. Like I don't want to use email anymore. I want to, I just want to use Nostr for everything. So one thing I was thinking of is imagine if you're running a mailing list and you have a relay which represents the mailing list. So if people want to send notes to that relay, then that's kind of like, so that could be, the relay itself could be considered the mailing list itself. The only issue with that is that if people just add that to the relay pool, if they're using a model like Damus's model, then you're just getting a bunch of random messages from random people. And so this is why like community-based relays or those are like very special purpose relays are not really effective because people just blast notes to them. So to fix this problem, I've been thinking about how to solve this. And one thing I want to do is add like to and CC and different types of metadata on notes, so that if your mailing list relay receives a note, it actually makes sure that it's intended to be sent to that particular relay. So I think overall, there's many different things, there's many different ways to send and receive notes on Nostr, and I think the theme I want to get across is there's not like one best way to do it, So maybe the Gossip model, I guess I'm not supposed to say the Gossip model, but maybe that's best for decentralization in a social media setting. But maybe if I want to build other types of protocols like email or synchronous communications or mailing lists, there might be a different way to send and receive notes. So I think we're just beginning to explore different ways to do this. Anyway, so that was just my perspective.
And so I wanted to say that these different models are basically, you have to think about what your problem is and what problem you're solving, and then figure out what model is going to solve that properly. The microblogging thing, I thought Outbox solved it really well, and then I was surprised to find out ActivityPub does it exactly the opposite way. It does microblogging with an inbox model. It also sort of works, it has different properties. With an inbox model, the person sending, that federates to another ActivityPub server can cut it off and not continue to feed that information. So it's not really like publishing an RSS feed where anybody can come get it. And then there's other models, like a chat server model or a live event where you go to a relay, everybody has to rendezvous together to the same relay for that. So, and there may be more models that we're not thinking of.
Yeah, that's why Fiat Chef wrote maybe a couple of weeks ago or a month ago that it would be interesting to document, to spec how this stuff should work. And I was vehemently opposed to that idea because I think we're beginning to explore this and we have no idea what works. And I fully agree that I think this will work in different ways depending on what you're trying to do. What are you guys' thoughts on with regards to topical reads? Because what you're saying with like the CC and the BCC to the relay,
that doesn't prevent like a client from saying CCC, and I'm going to CC all the relays, and I'm going to do pool, but I'm just going to CC everything.
Yeah, but at that point, like that, you're building that client to be kind of annoying and malicious. And then you're basically building a spamming thing, right? But the default state is, if we want to start building clients that that use like this new email type rendezvous protocol, then I assume it's not going to just CC everyone. Like that's not the whole point. Like the whole point of adding the metadata is that you want the message to get to a specific location. And this is actually getting away from. But when you start doing these things, it's becoming less censorship resistant because you're no longer blasting it to end relays. You're blasting it to a specific relay, and then you can be censored. So I think one thing that I think to change people's thinking on this is that it's actually okay to have censored models, right? Like everyone's so focused. I know Avider talks about this a lot, where his moderated community, he really wants it to work across many different relays, so it's censorship resistant, and that's okay. But I think it's completely okay to use the protocol in a completely, in ways that can be easily censored. You really want to be, if you have a relay within your company, you want to be able to make sure it only has notes from your employees. Like, yeah, you're technically censoring everyone. And so maybe I think that's people should be like changing their thinking. Like there's going to be other types of models where it's not going to be completely decentralized. You don't need to design the protocol so that you have to have it sent to 6 different relays. It's completely okay to send it to a specific relay. We just need better ways to communicate that on the note so that you don't just get random notes on your specific relay.
Yeah, the way I think about censorship resistance is we need censorship resistance for a few things. Censorship resistance is very expensive, and the more censorship resistance you want to be, the more expensive it is in terms of the structure and the architecture of the protocol. What we actually want is, like, censorship resistance is a means to an end. And I think the end is the permissionless innovation. And I think we can have the permissionless stuff, and for some stuff, like what you're explaining, is we can have like localized censorship at the relay level, and if you are engaging in a community, you can be censored, and if you're censored and you don't want to participate in that community, you can go somewhere else, right?
Yeah, and I think if we're talking about communities like this, there's different ways to do it, right? Vitor has his way of doing it. It's more censorship resistance. There's a focus on have a community-based relay. This relay is about this particular community, and I think we're going to do it all the ways. Right, we're going to do it all the ways, and then we're going to, it's going to be like the marketplace of ideas, and some of those will end up working out better than others, and we'll just find out, because from where we sit now, we have a lot of exploring to do.
Yeah, totally. And to complete that previous thought, that's why I like NIP65, because even when you're getting to the model where you're part of a community, a relay-based community, and you're getting censored by that relay, the people participating in the discussion can opt to go and fetch your node somewhere else if you're getting censored by that community. So you can get expelled by the community leader or whatever, but people can opt into still going and fetching your node from somewhere else. So it's like a fork of the community.
Right, right.
All right, what else do we want to say?
Do you guys think that, with regards to topical relays, do you guys think that relays should have a way to defend themselves from the content that comes in? Like, can that scale? Can that work?
Yeah, I mean, unless
I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean like some sort of content moderation for the
yes?
The
say for example, I want to run like the usual example I use is I want to run a philosophical relay, and I only want discussion for philosophy, because what I want is I want to be able to go to global and be not like airdrops. I want to only be philosophical discussion. So if you think of say for example, I create philosophyrelay.com, and people add it to Damos, to Primal, to Gossip, and they start talking about football. It's also going to publish to the philosophy relay. And I can whitelist that pub key saying, oh yeah, this guy speaks 25% of the time he speaks about philosophy, but I'm still getting all the other 75% of the stuff. So you need to inspect each individual node. Do you guys think that could work, that there's a model that, yeah?
Well, it all comes back, for me, it always comes back to you need to mark something on the node, like in the content that says this is for philosophy. So whether it's like he's explicitly sending it to the philosophy relay using the to idea, or maybe there's a way to market topics, like maybe not hashtag. Well, yeah, you could use a hashtag.
But
maybe
it does.
the relay
It overlaps with hashtags, right? It
Yeah.
overlaps with, these all kind of overlap. None of these ideas are completely disjoint.
Yeah, so like the relay could just reject everything that doesn't have the philosophy hashtag, or maybe it whitelist pub keys that have from accounts that are all philosophy based. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but
I think the Nostr.wine people are they tried like a topical relay based on hashtags, and it's like it didn't work.
yeah. So the biggest issue with hashtags is that people just spam the shit out of them. So one thing I was thinking about adding to Damus, I don't know if we're going off track now, but now we're talking about hashtags. Is like it would be a simple thing where it's like maybe the first hashtag on the note is the one that's counted as the topic, so you can't just spam.
Sorry, I'm just
things.
shamelessly shilling my own project. I had a talk earlier where I was doing some metadata stuff with something called info triples. So I'm working on solving exactly that. So yeah, that's just to be a little bit on conference.
Nice.
All right.
No, yeah, we definitely need all the ideas that because I think this idea of like communities, topics, and how to implement them should they be community based? Should they be moderated communities? These are all ideas that I feel like we're still kind of figuring out right now. But I think like what Mike said, I think we're gonna try all the things, and we're gonna see which ones work the best for which types of communities. So.
With your model, I really like that email sort of idea. Like, what about just if relays have an identity like an npub?
Yeah, I mean, most of the time it's like you want. I don't know. Like most of the time, you specifically want to send it to a specific location, right? So just having that, it is good to have the identity, but you still want the note to get to a certain place. So that's why I was thinking, you would want the relay in the node itself.
I would think the relays having an identity and talking to the identity or referencing the identity instead of the URL is more of an indirection.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just say, I'm sending this to this pub key relay, and then there's some sort of a mapping to say, well, that's currently at this DNS, but since we don't control DNS, that might change. You may remap it, but it's still the same pub key. So you sort of have an identity to the relay that can move different DNS addresses.
Yeah, that's what I like.
I just heard about this yesterday.
Yeah. So we were talking about this yesterday because I was thinking about hints and what happens in 10 years when the URLs are all wrapped. And if you have pub keys,
Right.
you can move them a little bit more. It's like you can more easily switch and keep the all hints, whereas URLs are harder to control.
Right, because I don't think you do much of the hinting or work with the hinting much in Damus, right? Because
I have fixed relays. I don't want to pull from random relays. So.
Right, and they're going to be.
What do you mean by that?
Over time, anyways, right?
So, I mean, well, back in the early days of Damus, we didn't do any signature verification. So if we used the Gossip model, it would just be a disaster because people could just send you. But now we actually do check signature and everything. But that was one of the big reasons. But also, early in the days, people would build like these horribly buggy relays that would just completely break Damus. And some of them were malicious. And I don't think Damus is really hardened against those relays yet. So if you wanted to be malicious, you could, put something in your profile that says read from these relays, and you can like break user experience. So.
Right. So I was thinking about that, and I think of it like, here's an example of how I think of it. If I go to a website, and then that website tells my browser, load this font from Google Fonts. And then my browser, now it goes over to Google, and now Google knows what website I was at and when I was at that website, and I don't want Google to know these things. And so I put this thing called uBlock Origin in my browser, basically, and I can control exactly what resources the page is allowed to load. I know that it's trying to load a font from Google. I don't care if the font looks exactly like the web designer intended. I just don't want Google to know where I'm at all the time, so I block that, right? So web clients do this all the time, where they're automatically just loading things that you did not tell it what to load. I don't think we should repeat that. I think we should have smarter clients where we can, in our client, we can still use an outbox model, but say, give the user control of whitelisting to say, am I going to pull from that, or blacklisting to say, hey, I just happen to know this relay's playing tricks. We're not going to go there. I don't care if somebody's outbox relay is listed there. We're not going to use it.
Yeah, I was planning to move to a more decentralized model and like be more open to like fetching from random relays. And I was thinking about some ways to like blacklist. So there's like certain tests you can do if you notice that the relay is misbehaving. Maybe you could like code that within your client to like, oh, it's detecting something bad's happening and just automatically blacklist it. So there's techniques like that you can use.
Yeah, when I implemented the outbox model on NDK, in the same commit, I had blacklisting because yeah, it's absolutely fundamental. Yeah, 100%. But with regards to the breaking of the like the Damos experience, you would still need to handle evil relays, even if because a user could be tricked into adding up an evil relay, right? Like you could go to, I don't know, someone's profile and you see the relays listed and okay, it's not automatic, but you add.
Yeah, but my reasoning was that that's always going to be a user decision versus a computer decision.
Right. Also, the limit of how evil a relay can be is there's not a lot that a relay can do. All it can do is to send you an event. The event's only got certain fields in it. They're very well simple strings, essentially. And is it signed? Did the verification work or not? It's not. I don't think there's much attack surface from a relay. Not that I can imagine at the moment.
Yeah, so like I know there's some things I just haven't really hardened in Damus. Like so, for instance, you could have a relay that returns advertising or even impersonation. I mean, we do have Web of Trust stuff in there that you can see, but you can get it can be kind of weird sometimes. So I feel like I just need to harden Damus before I feel comfortable.
Do you check on Damus for the results from the relays? Like you query for this pub key and it returns from some other pub key?
Yeah, so there's like things like that. It's like I don't have really hard checks on it. So I basically just like accept. I do on some things that are like, but not always. So
right. Makes sense.
Yeah, so because like again, this was like a really. I think Damus is like one of the oldest Nostr clients, so it's kind of quirky, but I'm slowly gonna try. I'm trying to fix all that, and then in NostrDB, my plan with NostrDB is to be like a native NDK, so I can start building some of that logic into that, and I can reuse that logic between Damus Android and things. So
I started into this outbox model thing because when I started writing my client in November last year, about a year ago, I thought, well, I want to follow these various people. I don't know where their notes are. How do I find out? And it wasn't obvious. In some ways I could, because Astral and Damus were sharing relay lists in the contents of kind 3, so I could just peek it. I mean, you were using it to configure your own client, but I could just peek at it and say, oh, that's where they're putting their stuff. That's where I'll get those notes to follow them. There were also, recommended relay URL hints you could look at sometimes. I suggested people put relays in NIP5 and fiatjaf. That was actually, I think, my first contribution to the NIPs, and fiatjaf accepted that one so that you could list your relays there as well. Different ways to find where people are putting their things. And then, so I didn't know, because that was one of the first things I tried to do, is I just assumed this is how people must be doing it. I hadn't even looked at the other clients and realized, oh, they're just sort of just picking relays as relay pools. So.
Yeah, in the case of Damus, it's like I was just trying to build, a proof of concept of a decentralized social network, and having like a handful of relays that were all owned by different people, that was good enough for me. Like I was like, you just send to those relays, you retrieve from those relays. Obviously, if you're looking at like a larger, more decentralized as a whole, like on a long-term scale, that's not going to work. Which is why Damus will probably move to a more outbox model, or whatever it's called these days. But it works, and it works pretty well. And like now we have stir-fry relays, which are insanely fast. So it's one of those things I keep like, oh well, I'm procrastinating on. I still need to get to, but yeah, it's important.
Yeah, it's work that it's hard to do because it like technically hard to do. It's very ambiguous and it's not shiny at all. Like people will not even notice that you're doing. You could argue it worsens the performance of the application.
Yeah. Yeah, and you were saying that you were running into lots of bugs when in your implementation. It's not a simple implementation.
Yeah, no, I had a bug in there for almost a year that was I thought 7 relays covered the 150 people I followed, and it turned out no, it's actually 15 relays. That the client was actually assigning pub keys to relays where there was a database connection, but the score of that assignment was really low, possibly even 0, and so it should have never made that assignment. Yeah, no, it could be tricky if you want to optimize it in the sense of you want to say, I want to connect to as few relays as possible to cover everybody that I follow at least twice for redundancy, and that the association between the relay and the person is high. Like that's an outbox that they specified, or for some other reason I know that that's where they always post. And then to compute that set, there's different ways to try to think about that algorithm. I came up with something just sort of ad hoc by creating some scores and then sorting it and trying to pick the best score to pick the relay, and then once I pick the relay, then go through all the pub keys that could work there and try to assign as many as possible, and then just iterate through that until I had picked enough relays that everybody was covered. Maybe not the smartest algorithm, but it was fairly straightforward to think about and write. So
I think my favorite thing about this model, and it's like the main reason I want to implement it, is that like people can just run their own relay. Like they can have a relay in their house, and if it's publicly addressable, then and it's actually useful. It's not just there for a backup, right?
That's the thing. To me, the fact right now we don't have a very persuasive argument to run a relay. It's like the only persuasive argument of running a personal relay is a backup, and it's not really good enough of an argument. It's not persuasive enough. But if people were to, because if a lot of clients were doing this model and all events that are tagging you are written to your relay, then the backup, even as a backup, is much more complete, right? Like you don't only have the stuff that you write, you also have the stuff that addresses you. So it's much more persuasive.
Yeah.
The other reason I think this is interesting is because I've been thinking a bit about the privacy concerns of relays, because sure, everything in Nostr is public, but almost everything. The requests that you send to a relay are only specific to that relay. So right now, all clients basically query for everything that you want to all the relays you're connected to. So all relays you're connected to, they can see exactly what you're doing and what stuff you're requesting. So if you go to someone's profile and you're scrolling, the relay can tell that you are, okay, every morning you're checking on this person's profile, you're stalking this person, right? I think the gossip protocol can also help, the Outbox model can also help with, okay, I'm gonna send some request to this relay. Like I know that these three relays are very similar in terms of the events that they carry. So I'm gonna paginate, but not on all the relays at the same time. Like not everything on all the relays. I'm gonna send some here, some here, some here. And it's a little bit harder to get a map of what you're doing.
Yeah, the whole thing becomes more distributed, right? And so that's good for scalability because you can spread out. And one of the thing I had forgot a second ago was that there's a difference between being able to scale and being able to pull out of some central thing that has become censorship in whatever it is, and actually just scaling, unnecessarily, right? It could well be that 50 relays is all we ever need. We don't know. I mean, 50 relays sounds like a lot of competition to me, but you need to have the ability to always say, no, I don't like any of them. I want my own. I want to add a different one. So you have to have that freedom to do it. It's not necessarily that we have to all have our own personal relays, but some people will.
I think for 50 relays to work, unless Nostr dies or unless Nostr becomes like this niche thing that only 10,000 or 100,000 people use, 50 relays, it would hinge on whether there's a business model to relays. Because I think 50 relays, if you have 1 billion users...
I was just pulling that number out of my ass. I don't know how many relays we need. I mean...
No, but it opens up an interesting question, because I think relays is the one part that the economical aspect of running a relay is still largely not figured out. And we don't know. We are in a pre-embryonic phase of Nostr where this very, very important question is still not figured out. And because it might be that 50 is a real number, but that means that we have, 50 is...
So we have a lot more than that now, actually.
Yeah. Melvin Carvalho's has been talking about relays and sustainability and stuff like that, and I'm going to trust what he's saying. I have not looked at this number, so trust, don't verify. But he mentioned that the relay numbers is going down. To me, that would make sense, because right now, why would you run a relay? Okay, as backup, whatever. But yeah, running like you can run professional relays like Nostr Wine and Eden, and I don't know if that was like how much you're. It's a big relay, but I don't know how much you invest in.
It's like $300 a month or something.
Okay, yeah, that's not much. But if Nostr grows 100x, that's
yeah, Wiz just hooked me up with like a bunch of servers that are like worth a lot of money. So we have lots of. There's gonna be some big relays that are gonna be running soon. So. But this gave me. You guys were talking about like the outbox model. It got me thinking. Oh, like how could I combine that with my idea with the asynchronous model with email? And I realized it's like those are very compatible ideas. So imagine if I knew that those are your write relays, like those are the ones that you read from. Then what if I just specifically then my client, if I have an email client, I put the two and I get those relays. I put them in the two in the CC and just include that on the note. And that's just another way to like let the relays know like this is where this note is intended for. That might be really interesting, actually.
Yeah, we haven't talked about DM relays, right? Because and Vitor had even more. I mean, I think he's listed like 4 others that some of them are provisionally through, like an archive relay. Maybe you don't have to tell people where you archive things, but it might be that some relays you want to use as an inbox, but some relays are, in particular, they're better because they only accept events and they don't transmit them back out. And so you want all your DMs to go into that one so that people can't get copies of your DM. Even though they can't decrypt it, you still don't want them to have a copy if you can. So we may have additional types of relay rendezvous usages or whatever.
Yeah, one thing that I've been interested in, and we don't have a way of handling this, is kind-specific relays. I run the Purple Pages one that only serves kind 0 and 10,002, the NIP65 kind, and people use that relay and they're constantly trying to publish kind 1s because it's on the relay list, so the client is going to send it there, and it's always going to reject it.
This was actually one of the main reasons I haven't added that yet to Damus, was because I needed to add some code that's like only profile updates get sent there, and that's extra code I have to write. But so that made me realize it's like in my relay list, I need to have metadata that's like, okay, this is a profile relay, only send profile kinds there. So all that needs to be added. But
yeah, we need to spec that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean we have NIP 11 that says what NIPs that relay does, but some of these things aren't NIPs, right?
That's the thing, right? This is not a NIP, this is a kind. Yeah.
Right.
Like there is no way for I don't accept kind 1.
And clients need to get, and including my client, need to get a lot better in terms of when people pick relays for themselves. It needs to actually match with what that relay is intended to do or is designed to do, right? I'm going to set up this relay as an outbox. I'm going to set up Purple Pages as my outbox. It's not going to work because it's not going to accept my things, right? So there needs to be some way that if we get this spec'd in the protocol, then the client can say, well, here are relays that advertise as being good for outboxes. These are relays that are saying they will work good as inboxes. These are ones that are designed to be DMs. These are ones that are designed for advertising, which is what Purple Pages is, advertising and discovery.
Maybe we could be using command results. So I added command results to Nostr because before, if you wrote a note to a relay, it just like didn't tell you if it was written or not. So a lot of time you just like, things would just go in the void. So command results was this idea where it's like it would send a response code that's like, oh yeah, successfully written. But if it wasn't successfully written, it actually you can put a little error message in the event. So maybe you could use that if it's like, oh, only kind X accepted, and maybe you could receive hints from command results to like automatically configure relays. That might be an interesting thing to do. Yeah. But
okay.
All right.
Okay. Well,
should we just stop here or do questions or be done? Yeah, after any questions, you can take a couple. Questions?
Questions, G?
Shout them out loud so that people can.
Not yet. I'm thinking. All right. Well, thank you.
Yep. Great. Thanks.
We don't have water blower in here, do we? Water blower? Nope.
Hello, everybody. Today I'm going to be showcasing something we've been working on, the LMBits developers have been working on, which I think is really interesting. We're interested, and we've been working in LMBits on using Nostr in ways beyond social networking. For those who don't know my connection to Nostr, so I work on a project called LMBits, which is a Lightning Wallets account system. We also have these extensions, and one of the first extensions which I made was an extension called Diagon Alley, which is a concept for a censorship-resistant marketplace. And then me and Firtjaf was developing LMBits at the time as well. We worked on turning that into a protocol. And then when Nostr came out, that was one of the threads, one of the influences into the creation of the Nostr protocol as well. So I was instantly hooked to Nostr. And then I thought, well, now we have this generalized protocol, we can build the marketplace on top of Nostr as well. So that's what we did in LMBits, which I'm going to showcase. So the thing which we've been working on in LMBits is Nostr IoT. If any of you have IoT devices at home, you're probably aware of the terms and conditions of the software and hardware which you run. And you're buying surveillance devices and installing them on your own local network, and then lots of data gets fed back to wherever. It's quite Orwellian and terrible. So the NIPS PR'd into the Nostr protocol repo, and then you can go check it out. It's 107. Where is he? Oh yeah. And in it, it's really just, I'm just DMing devices in my home and telling them to turn on and off, turn my heating up, or read out my battery levels from my solar panels. But then how did I get here? Well, so I first, in Bitcoin, I first started building, when we had the Lightning Network, I went to a Lightning Hack Day in Berlin, arranged by Fulmo, Christian Rutzel, people like that, which is very inspirational. And I realized there wasn't that many people working on microcontrollers in Bitcoin and Lightning, so I wanted to kind of like help nurture a maker scene. And one of the ways in which I thought I could do that is just come up with some simple projects to teach people how to use those tools, and then do some tutorial videos. And the first tutorial video which I did was for a fake hardware wallet. So if you plugged in the hardware wallet, it would send a message to your Telegram friends, or to a group on Telegram, and say that somebody's trying to steal your Bitcoin. And you could also just use it as a panic button as well. But I started the video off with this clip of Andreas. Let me see if I can turn that up. Oh, I can't get audio through here. How can I not get the audio through here? I probably have to like select. Let me see if I can play this through the. So this is the first ever tutorial video which I made. Actually, Pulse. Let me just quickly see if I can get this to go through there instead. Yeah. All right. Probably not. No. Okay, well anyway, so in this little opening video by Andreas, he's just saying, he's talking about IoT and how in a future world where the IoT is controlled by corporations, and you know, that could be quite dystopian. However, if you just take control of IoT, then it could be a more pleasant future where we can actually use those tools as liberation, which I think is a very cypherpunk ideology or thought. And then, so after that little brief introduction there, there's a young me of 5 years ago. This is how much I've aged from working on Bitcoin for 5 years. It's quite depressing. And then I go on to show you how to make this little device using an ESP. Oh, whoops, daisy. Using a little ESP microcontroller. Okay, so that's where I started, wanting to make IoT devices using Bitcoin and Lightning payments. So now, to be able to turn those IoT devices on using Nostr is a dream for me. And the way it simply works is you're literally just DMing something, telling it to turn on, or telling the heating to turn up, or whatever. So if we take a little quick look at LMBits, there's a couple of ways in which you can run LMBits. LMBits is designed to make anyone able to run a service like OpenNode. You could run it for yourself, or you could run it for friends, family, or you could run it for the whole world if you want to. So you could be a custodian and run a Lightning service where people can access a Lightning wallet. And then once you have LMBits installed, then you can create wallets, and it's trivial to create a wallet. Every wallet has its own API keys, so you can build my issue was when I was building, if I made something like a Lightning point of sale for Bitcoin, is I would have to make like 5 different versions for all the different funding sources out there. Whereas with this, I can just design for LM-Bits and then build for its API, knowing that that API is being hardened and LM-Bits has been running in the wild. And then when we have like some nice Swagger docs on building for LM-Bits. And then each device can have its own wallet, which is connecting to. So if I build an ATM, there can be a limited amount of funds which have exposure from my ATM. The other thing which we wanted to add to LM-Bits was extensions. So this project came out of there's a sort of thriving maker community scene in Lightning very early on some of the Telegram groups, such as the Lightning Theoretical Institute and LNURL Mafia. And there's a bunch of us just playing around with this new technology, this new protocol, a bit like Nostr now. We've got this blank canvas of possibilities and things we can build, and then we're just sort of exploring, you know, what we could build. And quite often someone would come out with a great project like a jukebox. You know, so a way of connecting your Spotify account to a front-end service where people can select a song from a playlist you allow them to select from, and then if they pay, it will then play that song on a device like a phone or something, which means you can make like a nice little Bitcoin Lightning jukebox in your cafe or your bar or whatever. But that's that project. You'd have to, in order to run it, you would have to go to a repo, you'd have to install it, and then, you know, all these installations will work differently. So it sort of made sense that those sorts of projects, that we just turn them into little extensions on LM-Bits. So it's kind of like the WordPress for your Bitcoin Lightning node, in that you can just extend it in all these different directions depending on what functionality you want. And we've got extensions for things like bulk cards, minting your own bulk cards. User Manager is a great extension for if you're building a service, or if you need Lightning or user account systems, Bitcoin Lightning and user account systems in your project. This is why LM-Bits is very popular among the Bitcoin Lightning builders, because they can just implement it into their stack, and then that'll take care of all that stuff for them, and they don't need to worry about it. And they know that there's been some hardening done in the wild. We've had this server running for 3 years, and yeah, it's amazing. It's still going strong, and the project goes from strength to strength. And what's great about our extension framework is it makes it, in Nostr and Bitcoin, we have this rapidly evolving ecosystem where we end up with a new protocol like Nostr or something like LNURL. And because it's relatively trivial to develop one of these extensions, it means that we can roll out these things quickly, and then builders can make use of them if they're using LM-Bits as an API. So every time you install an extension, that extension comes with its own API endpoints, which you can build on top of. Which means that, again, for builders, every single time a new extension comes out, they can just implement it and then offer that service or offer that functionality to their end users, you know, obfuscated through their own UI or whatever they're doing. So this is our demo server, which you can use just for playing around with the software, but please don't use it for production, even though everyone does use it for production, but they shouldn't. You can also access LM-Bits by spinning it up on our SaaS. So we have a just like WordPress, you can go to WordPress.com and then pay to spin up a WordPress. We have that also for LM-Bits. So if I create an account now, this means I can show you the admin backend, and then also some of the Nostr extensions which we have in LM-Bits, are admin-only extensions. So I have to do this. All right. So sign up. Okay, and then let's log in. And of course, you can also run LM-Bits by just, you know, installing it on your own VPS or on your own local machine if you want to. And we make that easier and easier as time wears on. So I'm going to create a new instance in LM-Bits.com here now. And then what you get is basically an LNURL pay, and you just pay 21 sats an hour to keep the instance running. And then when it runs out, you just have to, it'll freeze the instance, and then you can get it spin up. You can pay, and it'll spin up again for you. So if I pay this LNURL pay now, and again, this is, you know, a service which we haven't like rolled out as a product or anything. It's really just for testing purposes and to show people the back end. Ideally, you know, people are going to run LM-Bits themselves on their own VPS or their own Lightning node. So in a second now, it should register that I've made a payment, and then it will start provisioning my LM-Bits instance. While it's doing that, I'll go over some of the other things which I started to build in those original. Well, no, actually, no. I'll jump forward. So, from the original first IoT devices which I was building, and I experimented around with some mesh networking as well with these microcontrollers. That then turned into the MakerBits community, and with that community, we've built a $10 hardware wallet which you can build yourself. It's just again using a simple ESP32 microcontroller, and also a Lightning point of sale which you can run offline. And then a Bitcoin switch, which is great, so you can basically turn anything on with Bitcoin, and like an ATM, and a bunch of projects on here. Yeah, so one example of how I use this in a fun way a couple of years ago is we have our every week we do a digest of Bitcoin news, where me and a couple of pals, no one watches it, we have a little YouTube channel and we go on there and we discuss Bitcoin news. And then so in it, I set up a couple of QR codes where if you paid this one, it would blow smoke in my face. And then if you paid this one, you could slap me if you didn't like what I was saying. And then as the money accumulated, you could actually scan the middle one and then pull the funds out the screen for slaps back. So you can see now if I'm playing it, Martin, my friend here, is just rabbiting on about Bitcoin. And then there we are, someone then pays those 2 QR code. And then I get smoke blown in my face. But it's really interesting, it's a lot of the stuff we built, they were kind of goofy examples of the technology, but actually being able to pay in a way where you don't have to register any credit card details or anything, and then have something happen in the real life on a YouTube stream is obviously, or a video stream is obviously very powerful, has lots of potential use cases. What was funny about this was the next day, someone was watching the YouTube video, who I think might even be here, in fact. And then they thought, well, I'll see if I can still pay it, even though they're watching, pre-recorded video. So then they paid it, and then I got this message then from my missus. So she was using our little office, and then there was a slapping machine on the side, and then all of a sudden, boosh, she got hit by the slapping machine, which is fun. Yeah. Let's see if our Alan Bits is provisioned, shall we? Where is that? Okay, here we are. So now I can open up the admin dashboard for our Alan Bits install, and you get a little unique subdomain. It's pretty cool. Let's theme it to make it a little bit prettier. Should we go? Oh yeah, there we are. And now we have access to this managed server area where we can do stuff like connect it to a funding source. So currently at the moment, it's not connected to a funding source. You can connect it to LND, Eclair, Core Lightning, OpenNode, LNTipBot. There's a whole bunch of different funding sources you can connect it to. You can even connect it to an LNBits wallet and use that as a funding source. So that's what I'm going to do now because it's nice and easy. So I'm just going to take the admin key from there, from this LNBits running on our demo server. And then I'm going to go to LNBits wallet, pop in my admin key, save. And now I need to restart the server because it's got that new funding source. So now this LNBits install will be using this wallet as a funding source, so it can create invoices and check to see if invoices have been paid and those sorts of things. So it should have restarted. There we go. And then I should be able to create, hopefully, an invoice. There we are. And then if I pay that, I feel kind of bad rabbiting on about a Bitcoin Lightning project at a Nostr conference, but I have to kind of lay the groundwork as to what this project is for it to kind of make sense, I suppose. So there we are. So we've received the payment, and then also it'll go into our funding source wallet, which is that there. So if I go to extensions now, and I go to installed, we haven't got any extensions installed. LNBits core is just that Lightning Wallet account system, and then we have to go and actually install an extension. So one of the extensions which I want to show you is something called the Nostr Relay. And this is a really easy way to just spin up a relay with minimal work. And then it has a bunch of great functionality in it as well. And of course, that API, which you can plug into if you want to build. So let's give it an ID, Ben's relay, blah, 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 create relay. And then I can activate my relay, and there we go. That relay is now working. And this is a Nostr relay, which I can start sending notes through if I want to and connect to. What you can also do is payments. So you can create a paid plan for people to be able to access your relay. So you could say, well, it's going to cost you, 2,000 sats to join my relay, or it's going to cost you, I don't know, 1,000 sats per megabyte for me to store your data on my relay. And again, this is all accessible through the API. And then we got a bunch of other stuff in config there, relay type things and accounts. We have an allow and ban list for public keys. So you could just limit this relay to just your family, for example. In Nostr, I'm actually quite interested in small communities using Nostr. So I live in kind of like an anarchisty commune type thing. And we have public spaces such as a road and paths and those sorts of things, which people suggest ideas for maintaining. And we all have to reach agreement on those public spaces. So a client which I want to make is just a simple polling client where I can say, well, I'm going to put this new gravel on the path. I'm going to propose that, or I'm going to re-gravel the path. Should we use this gravel, this gravel, this gravel? And then people in the community, then they'll all have their own access to the client and their own keys, and they'll also be using the relay, and the relay will be restricted to just them. And then they can vote then on the different options which they want to pick, and then it could just be a real simple client just for polling, which I think would be a pretty cool application for Nostr. So that's a really way, and you can spin up multiple relays as well. You don't just have to use one relay, you can spin up multiple relays. The other extension which I want to show you is the Nostr market extension. So as I said, like one of the influences which went into the development of Nostr was Diagon Alley, which was a LM-Bits extension for a censorship-resistant marketplace. And now we're able to build that on Nostr, which is perfect. By the way, I pronounced it Nostr because there is a video somewhere out there, the first video ever on Nostr, where me, Fiat, Jaff, JB, and a couple of other people, we're discussing, the first thing we discussed is how do we pronounce this thing, and then we did actually reach agreement that it should be Nostr. So it's out there somewhere. I'm going to enable Nostr market. Oh, and the reason I pushed that was because Nostr in Welsh is good night. All right, here we go. Generate new keys. You can use your own keys, but I'm going to generate my new key. So the idea is with Nostr Market is that it's like a market. So you have a stall, and you can fill it full of products. You can sign those products, push it up to a relay, and then somebody else who has your public key can pull those from your public key, can pull those products down, and then populate a marketplace client. And then you can receive payment for goods, for products, and then you have a nice little area here for DMs and stuff for talking to your customers. So I can create a new shipping zone. Say I'll only ship to Brazil. I'm going to sell cakes, and it's going to cost, for shipping, it's going to cost 200 sats in Brazil. And then I'm going to create a new stall, cake shop. Connect to this wallet, so that's where it's going to fetch the invoices from. And then I'm going to use that offer the shipping zone of cakes. Create stall. So now I've created my stall, I can actually start adding products to my stall. Welsh cake, blah, blah, blah. And then you can put in a price of how much, and then the quantity of how many you've got. So this is just like a regular, normal e-commerce type platform. And then you can upload an image or put an image URL in. And you can select categories as well, cakes. Just cakes, I suppose. And then custom shipping cost, auto reply, thanks for ordering cakes. Okay, great product. And now this stall has some cakes on which I can, some Welsh cakes which I can sell, and I can populate full of other Welsh cakes. What's the cool thing is, so that we then have a front end, right? But the cool thing is, I'm going to have to dig this out. Hopefully I won't dox myself here now. Market. Because I want to show you an example. Like you can pull in multiple, you can have merchant lists. So you can pull in multiple merchants. Here we go. So if I click on that now, someone's been selling something they shouldn't be selling. Obviously, if you're maintaining a list of merchants, then I guess these are all different merchants selling different products, and then somehow this merchant has snuck in there. But yeah, So you could maintain a list of like vanilla merchants selling, vanilla products, or you could maintain a list of other products if you wanted to. I think they're all sold out, so there we are. Then you can't actually buy those. And then if you want to buy something, you can add it to your basket, and then go and you can check out, proceed to check out, confirm, and then pay an invoice. Oh, shipping zone, Germany, confirm, and then you can fill that out and then pay and order the product. So for marketplaces, Nostr works really well. We sort of solved the problem of censorship-resistant marketplaces, and now it's how can we get away from those Orwellian terms and condition contracts which we sign when we use IoT devices, and that's the next thing which we've been building and working on. So what I have here, Black Coffee, one of our developers, specifically with hardware, he's set this up and he's built this now to spec to the 107, NIP 107. This is PR'd in on Nostr, so hopefully it'll get merged soon. So we actually have a shop as well, which I should probably shill, for LM Bits, where we sell like hardware stuff, and BC manages the shop, and then as well as doing that, he also does R&D stuff as well, which is where he was able to make this while I was here. And then maybe we should sell these in the shop actually, these like lights which we can turn on using Nostr DMs. Now I did pull it before, so hopefully any wires haven't come out. But if I plug this in, so what we're going to try and simulate is just a light, turning a light on and off, and then also a heater, like your central heating or something in your house, which you can turn up or down. So I'm going to plug that in. Give it some power. There we go. And then I have on my phone just a simple progressive web app. And this is the whole point of, it's like, why would you use Nostr for IoT? And I think one of the biggest selling points is that permissionless development environment where anyone can build. If they're not happy with the way a client's working, or they think it's feeding data back to somewhere which it shouldn't, they can just use a different client. And the things, all we need for this to be able to talk to the client I'm using is the client's public key for when I send an on, off, or turn the heating up or down, and for it to connect to the same relay, and then for that to connect to the internet. So, and that's pretty much it. What's going on here? 1 second. Let's see if I can get the app up on my. I think there's a link to it somewhere. Sorry, one moment. I've already got this opened up. Yes. Okay. Again, hope I don't dox myself. Okay. All right. So in here somewhere, there's a link to the app I can just open up. No, wait there. Sorry. Aha, here we go. Right, so this is just a simple client-sized app. I'm going to log in to the app. It's going to create a WebSocket to the relay. And then if I press the on button, our light turns on. So I was able to turn on an IoT device just with a simple, client, no terms and conditions, no horrible Orwellian behavior. And then I can also turn up the temperature of my thermostat. And then we should see a little reading out here where it says 19 degrees Celsius. And then also, this is faking it, but the idea is that I can get information about my solar panel batteries, and I can refresh, and it will just go and say what's the percentage of the batteries, and then it will send it back here. So something I'm really excited about. I think it has great applications, and it's very easy to build for. So I hope more people get involved building some IoT devices running over Nostr. I have a bunch of these at the back of the room, which I'll probably be doing workshops for tomorrow. I'll start early, and then I'll just sit down if anyone wants to make up one of these things and have like a Nostr IoT light in their house, which they can turn on and off, on a simple client. Then I'll be making those. What else should I cover? We've run out of time. All right, yeah, so, extensions, right. So if I go to extensions here, this marketplace extension, because obviously I don't want to, in order for someone to be able to request an invoice, you don't want that client open all the time. So we have a generalized client called Nostr client, and this is like an always-on client which can run in your LM-Bits install. So I can enable that. This is what also is pretty cool about this as well. It's kind of a side effect. It's also a multiplexer. So you can actually add multiple relays to this always-on client. We have a bug there where this error pops up even though there's not an error there. Right, so I'm going to add a bunch of relays here. Now this just gives me one relay endpoint, and this is going to fetch all the notes from these 3 relays, or 2 relays, because one of them's not working. And then it will scan through so you don't like end up with duplicates. So your client, so say when you first install Damus or something, and it has like 15 WebSocket connections open to all these different relays, it could actually just have one WebSocket open to one relay. Because if you're just using the out-of-the-box relays in a social client, then I think it probably makes sense if they just have like 10 relays and then a multiplexer, you connect to that one WebSocket and it's not going to drain your battery on your phone. And then if you do want to have more like granular control over those relays, you could say, okay, turn this off, access those relays directly, and then delete which relays you don't want to use, or add your own relays or whatever. So I think like this is probably the way forward when it comes to making clients more efficient on things like battery life. And what other extensions have we got which are Nostr related? We also have a NIPO5 extension. So if you have a domain name and you want to sell NIPO5 addresses, then you can do that through this extension. Some of this stuff, like what's great about LM-Bits now is we can take this, so I own Nostr.com, and I think it'd be pretty cool on Nostr.com, similar to LM-Bits, where you could like just pay some sats and spin up a relay. So actually I'm thinking about just using the Nostr relay extension, which we have installed, and then through the API, making it so you can go to Nostr.com and like, there would be like, spin up your own relay, and then just pay, I don't know, X amount of sats per month or whatever to spin up a relay. And then you could also like charge other people for using that relay as well. So I think we could make a really easy way for people to spin up relays on a similar like Kubernetes cluster as to what we're using for the spinning up of LM-Bits installs. I think I've run out of time. Have I run out of time? I have run out of time. Okay, there we are. There we go. Oh, I've got to be on the main stage. Oh, there we are. It's good though, isn't it? Look at that. I fucking love that. So cool. Okay, anyway, thank you very much.
Huh? Well, I can't find the HDMI cable, so. Well, it's not like the.
there's like not a connection of anything. Oh, that's it right there. Is that Ben's? Is it?
No, it's not Ben's. Whatever, I'll do it without. Oh, well. Oh, here it is. Look. Found it. Fuck. Looks off because it's plugged in. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Okay, hey guys. We don't have a screen, so I'm just going to talk. So I'm going to be talking about key rotation, which is a bit of the holy grail. We've been talking about how to make sure that if we leak our NSEC, if our NSEC is compromised, how we can move forward without basically starting over, which for some people it's their go-to. They just say, okay, my NPAV is now burned and I'm gonna move to this new one, and that's fine. But for some people, and I think for a lot of people, preserving the current social graph of Nostr is important, and moving forward, it's increasingly important. So I think this is the last important bit that we still need to solve. It's a bit of an open question, and I think we need to solve this before we can truly scale. Particularly with regards to companies and businesses coming into the network, which it is important. So there have been many proposals over the past year or so. I'm guessing this has been discussed for even longer on how to solve this. There are many ways to solve this in leveraging cryptography in the same way that Bitcoin uses XPaths. We could have deterministic keys with a master key. There are a few problems to this. They all require changes to the protocol that are quite significant. They all imply that the current set of keys are no longer valid. So basically, we would be bootstrapping Nostr again from zero, like no graph, which I think is not acceptable. I think that could be a very big problem. So we came up with a very simple, non-elegant, extremely left of the curve solution on how to address this issue. And it's very simple. It's what it uses is kind 1776. It's NIP41. And what it does is you sign an event saying my next pub key will be A. So when you want to rotate to a new identity, your followers can know that you signed that event before the attacker. Sorry, if your NSEC has been compromised, before the attacker got your key, because otherwise maybe they sign an event saying, "Oh, my next key is this one," and they migrate all your account to the next NPAV that they control. So nothing.
Is it?
It's there you go. There we go. Awesome. Okay, so it's very. I was working on this just now, but
what we can see is on the top row, we can see that the npub1 creates an npub2, and we still need to figure out what's the right UX for this, but all these are questions that are solved at the application level, and we can figure out what works the best. But the basic idea is that npub1 says npub2 is my next npub. Now, these two npubs, they don't have to have any kind of relationship, like cryptographic relationship, in any way. They can have it, but they don't have to, which is the cool part. The first event, the whitelist event, Skyline 1776, we need a way, because we cannot trust, like what MBK was talking a couple of hours ago, we cannot trust the timestamp of an event. All events, like that's the way exit.pub is a tool that I wrote a few months ago. That's the way it works. You can set whatever date you want, you just sign it, and there is no way to tell when was it actually signed. So the way we solve this is we use open timestamp, which is NIP03, and we also mentioned that in the earlier panel. What it does is it anchors the event ID that is doing the whitelisting event to the Bitcoin blockchain. So that is an enforceable way in which we can say this event existed at the very latest at this point in time. So what that means is that at a future date, we get our NSEC compromised for whatever reason, and the attacker is using our NSEC. So what we can do is, with npub2, we can sign an event, a migration event, saying npub2 is claiming the ownership of the oh, sorry, went to sleep. It's claiming the ownership of all right. There we go. I'm gonna set amphetamine. It's claiming ownership of the account of npub1. Now, if the attacker got the NSEC and they publish a kind 77, which is the migration event, and a kind 1776, saying I am going to migrate to this new account, the migration, the whitelisting event that the attacker would sign would be after the original, the real owner of the npub1, which means that when a client sees the kind 1777, clients need to have a buffer on when they do something with when do I trust that this npub is the right owner. So what we decided is we're gonna leave a 60-day window before a client acts on the migration event. And when I say acts, there are different instances of what a client might do, and this is all application level, but applications can decide how they interpret these things. The moment they see a kind 17, the migration event kind, with an event that is pointing to a kind 7076 open timestamp, so a valid whitelisting event, the client can know that something is going on. There is, for some reason, the npub1 wants to migrate somewhere else. Most likely, it's a big problem. Something happened to this npub, and I should not trust it. The clients, the people that are following npub1 should not trust it. They should be aware. So the recommendation that we wrote on the NIP is that probably clients should flag these npubs as beware, like this npub might be compromised. The person doing the migration, they can write something on the migration event saying, I'm just migrating keys, my npub1 is just fine, but for whatever reason I want to migrate. Or they can write, I've been hacked, don't trust my npub1, the previous npub. And clients can choose to render this information along with the name, or flag the name in some special way, or maybe even hide the npub1 for some time. This 60-day window, the idea, again, this is all optional, but the idea is that after 60 days, if the migration event has not been superseded by a better migration event, an event that points to a valid whitelisting event that has a prior timestamp, then clients should mute the npub1 because it's probably on the hands of an attacker, and they should replace on the follow list or on the kind 30,000 categorized people list, they should follow the new npub. So this is still like a catastrophic moment for npub1. This is not something that this is not supposed to be something that people are on the habit of rotating. And that's why we've been going back and forth with what's the right name, key rotation. This is not actually key rotation, identity migration. So this is key rotation and revocation is something in cryptography is not something that implies anything too catastrophic. This is catastrophic still. This is like a very bad thing that the user should not be on the habit of doing, or just still pasting their NSEC everywhere. This is a last resort type of tool. But what that gives us is the opportunity to migrate to a new graph. And perhaps there are a bunch of proposals on how to do this kind of thing without the anchoring, because the issue we have with the open timestamp, or the main issue that people have with the timestamp, is that it ties something very important for the protocol, migrating an identity, to Bitcoin. It's not like clients have to do a lot of interaction with Bitcoin because of this, but it's a point of contention. Let's put it that way. So there are ways, like you need to anchor yourself, because you cannot trust time in Nostr. You need to anchor yourself to something that is hard, that cannot be faked. Bitcoin is a very obvious tool, and open timestamp is a very well-known, very poorly implemented spec. But we know it's there, and it's very sound. It's very obvious how it works. It doesn't require a lot of thinking. It's just a bunch of hashing, and you just commit to an op return the hash of like a Merkle tree. So it's fairly simple, but and it's very easy to realize that it's safe to use. But we need to anchor to something. That something could also be cryptography, and we could just have like XPubs, like a master pub key, and derive subkeys from there. That would introduce the concept of having, that might introduce the concept of having like a master npub, which is an npub that can do things on behalf of other npubs. So when you start opening that door, it starts to become more and more and more complicated. And that's why I made this proposal, because it's very, very, very simple. It accomplishes the very minimum that I think is acceptable, so like preserving the current graph. And we can, in the future, we can use this building block to do other stuff, such as like the HT, like the deterministic key. I don't know. Are there any questions so far? Yeah, go ahead. Wait.
So I guess part of the assumption here is, and I think in the NIP as well, it's sort of the big thing you're talking about is like migrating people's followers to like move over and follow the new npub, but it sort of doesn't, or I haven't seen that it really takes into account all the other stuff, all the other notes that could have been produced by that original npub. Like if you have lists, if you have tracks, if you've got all sorts of other things, what happens to all that stuff?
Yeah, so that stuff is easy, because you can just get all data. Like I trust the events that were signed by pubkey, by npub1. I trust them until block whatever, or time whatever, and I will just republish everything with a new key. It's the same thing that exit.pub does with your alt tweets. What's not as simple is the people that were tagging events, old events that were tagging the old npub. Like, are you going to ask all the people that tagged you in the past to re-sign all those events? So I don't think we have to do that. I simply think that this is a catastrophic event. You should be careful with your npub. but at least you have a way where it's not complete death. It's like like just like very partial death. So I think like if this were to happen to me, like I had to activate this, I would import all my old events and the events that were tagging me. It's like, okay, whatever, they're gone. But yeah, it's I mean it's fairly simple, and it's not optimal, but there is no solution that is optimal, that doesn't make trade-offs that are so expensive, such as killing the current graph, that that are not. I think this is just the best solution we could come up with for this particular situation. But I think we're going to have a lot. One of the things that has been talked about a lot is social recovery. I think there is a big role for social recovery. It's just when you think about social recovery, which social recovery would be, I designate that NPAV 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, they can all get together and decide that my new NPAV is whatever. So it's a different way of doing a migration. The problem is if you cannot trust the events from NPAV 1 because the assumption is that it has been compromised, how do you trust the event that is pointing to who are the NPAVs to trust for the social recovery migration event? Because that can be forced. And the only way to do that is if you create, like if you use open timestamps or you anchor to something, and then you point, like those migration events from social recovery are pointing to the oldest one, but it's exactly the same as this then. So going the social recovery path, it's harder in an unfortunate way. You could then argue that you can create social recovery in a way where NPAV 1 is not announcing anything, and it's fully social, and it's just saying, I communicate with Jeff and I tell him, my key has been compromised, write an event saying that my new NPAV is whatever, and then I communicate with a bunch of people, and maybe the people that follow Jeff and me, and they know we're friends, they can trust that Jeff is telling the truth. It starts to become very complicated. And from my perspective, the fact that you can do this means that the social recovery pointing to a whitelisting event, or a migration event rather, it's stronger, because like we can still do the out-of-band communication where Jeff goes and says, yeah, Pablo's new NPAV is this, and he can point to a migration event that has been signed by an NPAV that I previously signed with my, like maybe a couple of years ago, I signed with my NPAV 1. So I think it's stronger signaling. So, and actually that's the way I see it working. I don't think clients should wait for the 60-day period to say, oh, nothing happened during this 60 days. There was no contention, or there was no second migration event, then let's act now. I think once clients see a migration event, they can show there's something going on with this NPAV, and maybe I communicate out of band with Jeff, and Jeff can sign an event saying, I like vouch for this migration event, and then I communicate with NBK out of band, and he vouches for the migration event, and all that stuff can still happen, and I think that's the right way in which it should happen. I think this is just a more nuclear option, that on the 60 days, if no one did the manual work of saying, yes, I've seen that Huddlebot and Jeff and NBK said that this migration event was real, then I'm going to say, I'm going to click, I trust this event, or I trust these people. The 60-day window would be like, okay, once it gets there, the client which means the user, the client / the user can just automatically or be prompted to, okay, it's been 60 days, like explain a little bit. Again, this is still a catastrophic event. This is not like a regular thing that people should be just doing it all the time. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I think this is one first step that we can take. I've read, before publishing the PR, I read every single PR, every single issue that was discussing this, and I made a point of staying clear of everything that triggered people. The only one that I could not prevent was the Bitcoin thing. But we just need something that we can trust the ordering of sequences. And again, clients, like when they do this validation, they don't have to like run a Bitcoin node or stuff like that. But it's one step. I think one of the issues that we have sometimes in the NIPS repo is that we get a bit into the if it's not perfect on the first PR, like if it's not fully complete, then we should not merge it. And sometimes for things like this that are hard and people have lots of opinions, it just never happens, right? So this is like one first step to start moving in some direction. I think it's a good enough direction. So yeah, that's my pitch for NIP 41. Support NIP 41. Any questions? Any questions, Huddlebud? Yeah.
So you've got 4 options for the validity of events when a migration has been triggered. You only trust the old key until the 60 days have elapsed. Obviously, that's a problem because the old key is probably compromised. You only trust the new key until the 60 days has expired. That's not super feasible because that might be an attack and might need to be rolled back by the user. You trust both keys, or you trust neither key. If you trust neither key, the user's locked out. If you trust both keys, the attacker has access. So, I mean, you can say it's a catastrophic event and you have to deal with the uncertainty for that period of time, but there's a lot of uncertainty.
There is. I just think there is no perfect solution given the current setup. So, and the way I imagine this working is I do all this stuff, and then I immediately call you out of band, and I tell you, dude, like this migration event is real, and then I call him, and then I call MBK, and like I call people out of band, and they all sign an event saying I vouch for this migration event, and it's like a kind. I also thought it's a kind one, so it appears on people's feeds. And maybe it could like have a special tag saying like migration or whatever. So clients could say, okay, this is a migration event. This E tag is for a migration event. I'm going to render a button saying, like, yes, I also trust it, and it can show like a web of trust of, okay, you follow 5 people. These 5 people have vouched for this migration event.
So the default is basically here's 60 days, and if no one takes any action at all, then there's the 60-day period of uncertainty, but we can add on additional layers of validation that can shorten that time horizon or decrease the amount of uncertainty where, this is extensible for other schemes like social recovery.
Mm-hmm.
Are there other schemes that you've thought of other than social recovery that could be added to this, that could be more effective or effective in different situations?
I mean, I think the original NIP 41 that VHF proposed with the guy from Unchained podcast, Robin Samson. It's very cool. Have you read that one? It's basically like an XPub. So you derive a bunch of keys, and if I remember correctly, the master pub key, and the cool thing that the master pub key, because it's not used on any client, like the user could have cold storage of that key. You just use the first NSEC. That master pub key could do like key deletion, like it could nuke an account, whereas PHF wanted to have a nuking of accounts here, but there is no way of doing a nuking of an account if the NSEC itself is the one nuking, right? Like if you have a migration event and the attacker has the NSEC, the attacker was going to say, well, screw you, I'm going to nuke your account now, right? So I don't think an NSEC could nuke itself, but a master key could nuke a kid, right? A child. Not a kid. That's different. So I think, and that's cool because it's it's more sound, but of course it doesn't work with what we have now, which I think is the issue.
I'll have to think about that for a couple weeks.
Read that NIP. It's really cool. It's pretty simple because it looks a lot like Bitcoin, but it's cool because you don't have to do all the anchoring, right? Because you're anchored to cryptography, whereas here it's anchoring to Bitcoin because you need the ordering of events.
And the reason for not doing it that way is just the complexity, or
I think it's the complexity, and I think the fact that it kills the current graph. It's just problematic. Yeah. I think that's what I think. Yes. But you need one first step, and getting the second step, the one that has cryptography, is going to be really hard to get through because everybody has opinions.
And that would require more widespread support in clients because it would be automatic, and clients would have to handle the stateful graph or tree of keys. Whereas in this case, you could potentially, through just modifying people's follow lists transparently, you could mostly migrate this without clients knowing anything.
Yeah. Yeah, for a client that doesn't support this, it could be I'm doing a micro app. It's just taking longer because the open timestamp thing is like so bad. So I'm rewriting the open timestamp thing. But I'm going to release it independent of Nostr. So it's like a modern version of the open timestamp implementation. But yeah, it's going to be a micro app that you go and you generate the whitelisting event saying this is my next key, and then you can go and you can see the people that you follow that have published. It shows you the people that you follow that published a migration event and the people that you follow that didn't publish a whitelisting event. So you can ping them and say, hey, maybe you want to check this out.
And I guess you could republish all your old events under the new key too to fully migrate your account.
Yeah, so you can publish the old events. The part that you can do easily is publish the people that tag you, right? Because now they're going to be tagging the wrong pub key. So yeah, I mean, you could do like a mapping of this old pub key, but it gets it's too complicated, and I don't think it's worth it. Still, this is really bad.
Yeah, I do wonder if it would just be simpler to embrace the complexity, paradoxically, and have clients use a library or something to map the keys, like with the XPub scenario. Yeah, I haven't made up my mind. So, does anyone else have questions?
But again, even with that, you're killing the current graph, which I think it is important. I think preserving the current graph, it's important. Some people say, oh, it's so early in Nostr that it doesn't matter, and I think that's wrong. To me, it sounds like it's different, but it sounds like when MySpace said, let's rewrite the code base, and then they died. I don't know. It's like this one bad decision that can have really bad effects.
How would this relate to identifiers? Persistent handles. Is there anything that can add to this, or does this affect that at all?
I haven't thought of that. Some people told me that maybe you could do a NIPO5 based something like this, but this sounds so bad. All the people that are on what are the names of them? Regular NIPO5 providers.
Nostr plebs.
Yeah, like Nostr plebs. Like Nostr plebs, they could go in and just rug everybody. So to me, that doesn't sound like a good idea. So yeah, I mean, you still end up with with just npubs, right?
And
So
you need some kind of key to access your handle to validate that you own that anyway. So it's just infinite regress basically. You have to anchor at some point.
you have to anchor to something. Yeah, 100%. And the current keys can't anchor to anything that is not time-based. At least I haven't heard anything. Maybe there's like a quantum computer or ChatGPT can solve it.
Does anyone have any better ideas?
Or questions, or was this useful in any way? Yeah, both for NIP41. For this version of NIP41, because there are like 6 different versions. The other ones have been closed, though.
Is NIP41F?
Yeah. Yeah, I actually committed as PF7Z NIP41, because FieldChef had the NIP41 branch.
Careful, you're going to have to do PF7Z NIP41 final dash draft dash final.
This is getting confusing. He actually thought, FieldChef thought that I had force pushed into his branch. And he wrote to me, very angry, "Sir, you force pushed into my branch. Those are not very nice manners." Yeah. Okay, no questions. What should we talk about? There we go.
So this is maybe less of a question. Well, first let me ask a question. Am I understanding correctly that you have to publish the whitelist event before, like, you can't publish the whitelist event after your NSEC has been compromised, right?
That's a good point. Yes, I should have mentioned that. Yeah, you must publish that's why I was thinking on the micro app that to handle this kind of thing, to have a way to see if your friends have published the whitelisting event. No, for sure you need to publish. Yeah, the way I imagine it working is the moment you create an account, the client automatically publishes, your next npub. And the cool thing is that you can have multiple whitelisting events. It's just the one that is the oldest is the one that wins. So you could say, okay, I sign up for Deimos, and it creates your npub, regular npub, like the current flow, and it creates a second npub, and it saves it to like whatever, to iCloud storage or whatever it's called. And you're not using that other, like that second NSEC. It's just the moment you sign up, it doesn't ask you anything, it just does it. It publishes, my next npub will be this one. And like websites that handle something that is important, they already have flows that are not frictionless with regards to account recovery. Like 2FA, there is friction to the user to do 2FA. There is friction to the user to download a recovery kit. And current large businesses and very popular websites are already doing these things. So I think the idea of downloading a recovery kit that is just your next NSEC, and maybe encrypted with a passphrase, or whatever it might be, it's not ideal. It's just there is no ideal solution. But it's not a fully foreign concept of you have to do something in order to keep this account. And the way I think I even wrote that on the NIP, that the way I imagine is, I very often I look at Duolingo as a really optimized onboarding flow. I really like the way they handle things. And one of the things that they do really well is before you create an account, you do some work. Like, you download Duolingo not because you want to create an account. You download Duolingo because you want to learn a language. So the first thing you do is you choose a language. And the second thing you do is you go through a lesson or like whatever. You ask you some questions, what does miso mean, or whatever. And after there is something to be saved, something to be preserved, it tells you, hey, you want to save your progress? Create an account so you can, log in again. And I imagine something like this here. I don't think, oh, you download Damos, you create the NPub, and then it prompts you to download a recovery kit. It's like the same thing that Bitcoin wallets do that I hate, is that they tell you, save these 12 words. Dude, there's like 0 sets. Like, what's the point? Like, don't force me through this friction. And I imagine something like this. Like, once a client user has been using Nostr for whatever, a week, or they have 100 followers, or something like some type of milestone, and this, again, this is application level, then the application can say, hey, you don't have a recovery kit, do you want to generate one? So I think there are like a bunch of different flows that can be done. But yes, to your question, yes, the whitelisting event should be first.
Yeah, so I think one of the things you said was, so I am pretty passionate about the social key backup thing. And I think one of the things you said was that we could do it, but it has a lot of the same constraints. And it's more complex. But I think there's I think if you back up the 60-day window, so if you go with social key backup, right, you would publish essentially a whitelist event that says, here are my friends who are who are allowed to say what my new key is. And then you can front load the 60-day waiting period to that moment in time. So then if your NSEC is compromised and you publish the migration event, there shouldn't need to be any waiting period, assuming that your friends didn't all gang up on you and maliciously, in which case you have bigger problems. You could just right away start using the new NPub. Everyone else's client could start following you right away, and you lose that 60-day waiting period. So I think this is great, and we should do it. But I guess I also really want social key backup, also for the reason that, if my mom got her secondary NSEC, you have to keep that for years. And so when you do, if your NSEC is eventually compromised, or what's probably a more likely event for most people is that they lose their NSEC because they didn't back it up, they got a new phone, that type of thing. With social key backup, you don't have to store that secret. You don't have to store any secrets, really. So, yeah. But I don't think they have to be exclusionary. Like, in a sense, the only structural thing that really needs to be different, right, is the whitelist event. Instead of referencing your new NPub, you'd reference a list of NPubs of your friends.
I think I asked.
Yeah.
Sorry. Keep going.
And then maybe the migration event isn't published by the new NPub. Maybe you would still want to do that, but it's published by this list from other people.
I think I asked Pablo a very similar question, if not the exact same question, in the interest of shortening that waiting period. And he pointed out that an attacker, if they're smart, would get an open timestamp attestation, but not publish it until 60 days later. And so changing the waiting period to the whitelist event rather than the migration event opens that attack vector. Did I get that right?
Yep, you got that right. Yep.
That doesn't address the social recovery part of it. Would it be possible to whitelist a bunch of peers' pub keys rather than your next pub key? I mean, the obvious question is maybe your followers change.
That's the thing. Yeah, that is what I was thinking. How the social part is hard is that your social circle changes over time, and then how do you deal with you whitelist 5 friends, and then in 10 years, you are enemies.
Happens to me a lot.
Right? I mean, of course. So that's why I think it's much more complex, because it brings into it, like, it has all the same dynamics of the timing. Like, all that difficulty is still there. But it also adds, like, the social difficulties.
Yeah.
Again, I still think this is the first step, and that this plus social recovery is, because to me, the idea of the vouching, like, I vouch for this migration event and my friends, and in a way that doesn't require that much specking. Because, so for example, if I were to see a migration event from Huddlebot, and maybe we're not in touch, like, we are distant friends, so we are not in touch out of Nostr, but I know that he is good friends with None Your Business. He's good friends with None Your Business, or he's neighbors with him, and I see a vouch event from None Your Business. I know of that relationship because I listen to his podcast. So it's much more organic, you know. Like, I can trust the vouching event for the migration event that his new NPAP signed in a much more organic way. I just personally know about that relationship, or like there are many. That's why I think it's really hard to spec these things, because it's much more dynamic, right? It's like the NIP32 thing with the weights. It's just very fluid how strong a relationship is, and how much I trust what I know about that relationship.
Yeah, systematizing social is paradoxical, or it's almost a contradiction in terms. Like, another thing that occurs to me that could cause a problem is replaceable events. I think I'm just more and more strongly against replaceable events, because the followers list is replaceable. Yeah. And so, do you refer to the current followers list, which could have been changed by the attacker, or like subtly changed by the attacker even? Maybe it's not a complete displacement, but he changes a couple of people. Although I guess, yeah, because that is the source of trust. So he could just change a couple of people and then socially engineer, or even control those fake accounts. You have a Sybil attack now.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the way I imagine it working. You publish an event to an NPAB, to a bunch of NPABs that the attacker controls. I mean, that's the way they would do it. The social recovery aspect, when I was thinking about social recovery, is kind of cool, because this is very Bolty, by the way. I just remember that, but like Bolty, the proposal. But I imagine you publish a social, not this, like you publish a social recovery event, and you list a bunch of NPABs that you control. It's like sort of like a multi-SIGI.
Yeah, some sort of key hierarchy could make sense. You know, self-social recovery, like you're talking about. I was trying to think of another scheme where you have, you know, your main identity is just a UUID, not even a pub key, and then you have a bunch of pub keys attached to it. But then you have no hierarchy about which of those pub keys has authority over the other. So, you know, having secondary pub keys that can write and sign, but have a specific function of validating your master pub key, or validating a rotation for your master pub key, could make sense. But maybe that's too complicated, because that does mean that the user has to hold on to that key material.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the NIP has a bunch of other attacks covered that I came up with. So, for example, you could publish. The attacker could publish a whitelisting event. So the attacker could create a whitelisting event, open timestamp it, wait 60 days, and publish those events to one specific relay, and maybe change like your NIP65 on one specific relay and try and trigger one specific person that is following you to rotate to them. Because they could send them to like this other relay. Like the attacker controls a relay, they publish only there, so like no one sees it. And then they publish a gossip event sending one of your follows to this other relay. So on the NIP, I wrote, yeah, it's a very sneaky attack.
Yeah, and there are injection attacks I discovered a few weeks ago with relays. You know, and this is a place where that could actually be effective, because NEvent and NProfile have relays built in.
Yeah.
So all you need to do is send someone to a link, and now they're connecting to your hostile relay with fake data on it.
Yeah, the relay stuff is very sneaky. I like it a lot. I used to do hacking when I was a kid, and like this kind of stuff would have triggered me a lot. But so what I added to this NIP, allegedly. So what I added to this NIP is the people that see these events, they should broadcast, they should publish both events and the open timestamps to the relays they know of. As a way to, you know, okay, I just saw this, I'm going to give this more view across Nostr. It's not very elegant, but it's just no global state.
Okay, here's a crazy idea. What about attestations of attestations? So you publish a whitelisting event, and then your social graph publishes attestations that they've seen that whitelisting event. So you have multiple pub keys independently controlled, attesting to...
By other people, you mean?
Right, by other
friends.
people, so that you know it was published at that time, rather than just the timestamp was
That's a cool idea.
invented. Because then you could actually shorten that window.
Yeah.
Because you could trust that.
I don't think you can shorten the window that much. Because what if your NSEC, like, say the original had 30 days. Semisol wants to change it to 15. Field Chef said 60, like the bare minimum.
It's either 0 or forever. It's just a heuristic.
The reason I like 60 is that this is a fallback mechanism. And it feels like, I mean, 60 days alone is like 2 months, right? So it doesn't feel like a happy path. So I like that about that, like the 60 days, like very, very obviously a long time. I totally forgot what I was going to say.
So I think maybe Matt's desired social recovery flow, where the whitelisting event is how did it work? The 60-day time period could be dated from the whitelisting event rather than the rotation event, or from the migration event, because the attack against that is someone getting an open timestamp attestation and then publishing it 60 days later, so they effectively have 0 waiting time. But if they publish it, if they in order, so that the 60-day waiting period would start not when the open timestamp is published, but when your follows, like some critical mass of them, publish open timestamp events that point to yours, right? And so yours doesn't actually mean anything. It's your social graph saying, I saw this event, it's legit, it's a whitelisting event that was published by the real person, right? And then you could start the timer. And then at any point in the future, you could publish the migration event and have no waiting period. Does that make sense?
How do you trust like, why are those pub keys signing for your event? Like, where's the link there? It's like the kind 3?
Yeah, the kind 3. So again, the replaceable event could be a problem.
It is a problem because the first thing I do is I go in, I replace the kind 3, I put a bunch of npub, or I just add a bunch of npubs that I control, and then I sign for everything.
You would need an archive of what that kind 3 was at the time, right?
Like it starts to get complicated.
Yeah, you need everything to be open timestamp attested. So the kind3 would need that as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I noticed, that the moment I start to try and tweak this a bit more, the complexity just skyrockets. And this is like a bare minimum that is, it does this job. And it can be, again, with the vouching events, it can be improved. Like the UX can be better. And users they opt into saying, well, I've seen like 5 events of these by people that I follow that are legit. So it's like a more organic way of reducing that time window. And I don't think you can reduce the time window too much anyway, because what if I am just on vacations? like I don't have my phone, and the rotation stuff was lowered to 15 days or 30 days, and I went to the Himalayas. Like the 60 days, your key got compromised, and you need to act during those 60 days to prevent the attacker from taking your account.
But if you can prove that the migration event is legit, then you don't need the waiting period. So
but how can you prove it?
Open timestamp all the things.
No, but the migration event is already timestamped.
Yeah, but what if we open timestamped the kind3? So you know.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
And I mean, it does require changing.
But even if you open timestamp the kind3, right? Like the attacker goes in, replaces your kind3, they open timestamp it. You are in the Himalayas, and then they create a bunch of.
Yeah, so they Sybil attack it, but it still requires a 60-day window from when the attacker published something.
Right.
So you have evidence that there's something going on. Hopefully you're not in the Himalayas for 60 days. If you are,
no, yeah. If you are, you're attacked. Like, yeah. I mean, still, don't get your NSA compromised. That's like step number 1. But when you fail step number 1, this is something you can do.
Yeah. What do you think about replaceable events?
I'm kind of with you on that. I think you have some opinions on this topic. It's overrated. I remember reading your PR a while ago, and did it require to construct the state having all the sequence of events? Like there were diffs, right? Something like that? You do like a checkpoint, something like that.
Right, so you can just trim or forget, delete very old events.
Yeah.
Because that's not relevant anymore. Because when I think about it, there are 2 kinds of events. The first kind is like the source of truth. For example, if you have a kind 1, that's your comment, that's your word. Another kind of events, it's like actions or command, right? Like I want to pin this person to the top. I want to save this as a configuration. That's not your communication with other people. It's just operation on this software. So we all use JSON as a data format, but they have very unique roles. So on the software level, you might want to treat them a little bit differently.
Right. Why are you asking that? Like, what triggers you on NIP33?
It's what I was talking about in my talk, the names versus values, right? So when you have a replaceable event, now you have a name, and that name can refer to mutable data. So, if you do a 30023, that's a blog post, and you get a bunch of people who like it, and then you create another version of that blog post with the same name. Now you've changed the semantics of what all of the people who liked your blog post are. And that's the same problem that we're talking about with the social attestation of your whitelisting event. Is when you issue a kind 3, you're changing the meaning of the name of the name 3 plus your pub key. And so you have that mutable state, and it makes everything explode in complexity because you need to save like an archive. Now you need like some non-relay component that has an archive of everything that's externally time-stamped, and now you have a trust problem. It creates a giant mess. And if you just have events that are referentially transparent, and if you address it, it hasn't changed because it's a hash of the actual value, then you don't have any of these problems.
To me, that vector of like social attack that you mentioned, that doesn't trigger me too much.
No, it's just an example. I don't think in practice it matters. But
you can tweet something saying, "Oh, this is a really cool website," and then the webmaster goes in and changes, and they put
images
like a
are the same thing.
Right? It's the same. It's the same problem. But in Nostr, when you like the article, you can also tag the E tag with will change, right? So you can say, well, actually, the version that I liked is this one.
But people aren't going to do that. Like the A tag is the canonical version of the article, and so like you're asking
now it's on the NIP
clients
to tag both.
Yeah, that was recently added.
Yeah, recently
to solve this problem.
Yeah, to me that's not that problematic. I think they have there is an issue where it's completely unrelated, but it's also NIP 33, where when you replace something, you don't know what you're replacing, so you might you think you're replacing something and you're replacing something else. And I thought something that gets you a little bit closer is you could send the E tag that you think you're replacing to the relay, and the relay can check and say, no, this is not the right E. But some relay could take it, so you end up with a fork. Like if you end up replacing in one relay but not in the second relay, and then which one is the right?
Replaceable events are bad.
Yeah, so like this is one of the difficulties that they have. So how would you do articles like NIP 23s?
Yeah, because if you want edit, you need conventional edit, you need a name. I mean, that's the definition of edit. You have a thing and you're changing it. That's mutable state. What I would do, though, is one of two things. Either annotations, so you have the content, the body of the content, and then if you want to change something, you just add another message and clients prioritize it. And it says, update, whatever happened, and it invalidates paragraph number 3. And that's just a human readable thing. It's prioritized by clients so that you have a human readable full history of the blog post. This is common with blog posts.
It's not a full history. It's a likely full history. You could
be
missing
that's
events.
True. That's true. Yeah, you may be missing things, but at least you have some indication that the original has changed. And like this is a common use case. People don't want to edit, GitHub comments in place or blog posts in place, and they do put those updates at the bottom, or they say at the top, this has been updated at this time. So that's one way to handle it. And then another way would be to diff it. So you create a format for diffing event contents, and you just say like at column X, I took out this many characters and added these characters, and that would have to be interpreted by clients. But you would have a lot more depth to it because then you could expand those and collapse them. Clients could show them as edits, and
you will still need to track all these events. Right, like all the diffs event, you must keep them. Right, because otherwise you have like chunks that do not fit. So you must keep them, and you currently can do the same thing if you keep all the replaced events. Right, so if the relay keeps all the E versions of the same A tag of the same A article, you can do the same.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's a lot of complexity for a client.
The
to
diffs
apply
would
all
be
these
stateful.
diffs.
Yeah, but at least you have one address when you address the content, the original content. It's always the original ID, and maybe you would want to address the a certain edit in the series. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a use case for edit, but replaceable events are bad.
Good. All right. Well, hope that was useful for someone. At least somewhat entertaining. Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Miljan. I'm the founder of Primal. We build apps and run services for Nostr. And in that regard, we're a little bit different than most other clients in that we're willing to stand up services in addition to building the apps themselves. The types of services we do with stand-up include indexing service, caching service, media service, content classification services, all of these types of things. And indexing services allow us to deliver content discovery. So content discovery includes search, which everyone agrees is useful. But it allows us to do things like trending feeds, which not everybody agrees is useful, but some people find them useful. And some people seem to care a lot about what is trending on Primal. They seem to care way more than we thought they would. So we actually had some controversy around what's trending on Primal. So we figured now is maybe a good opportunity to actually explain how all of this works. Like our entire software stack is open source, so everything was out in the open all along. But it's a good moment perhaps to go over it and explain the details of how the system works, since a lot of people do care about it. And spoiler, you do need to kind of post relevant content that creates genuine engagement that kind of helps for trending. So if you finish watching this presentation right here, that's basically the takeaway. But yeah, let's get into it. So these are the topics that we're going to cover today. I'll give a little bit of an origin story on Primal. I'll talk about the problem which we're trying to solve, which is really finding humans on Nostr. Then I'll go over our trending algo and some other algos and talk about what's next. Okay, so a short story about Primal trending. I discovered Nostr in December. So a relatively newcomer here, like a lot of the other clients have been hard at work for many months ahead prior to me even discovering Nostr. I created my key pair and Damos and kind of got into it. But my mind was blown pretty quickly. I realized that this was going to work and potentially change everything. So I put a small team together and we started coding Primal. We immediately thought that building an indexing service would be helpful in general, but also if we wanted to deliver a client with some advanced features, we thought that would be quite an asset. So we started coding in January, like late January. And by mid-March, we shipped our indexer, the caching service, the web client, which included the basic trending. All of this was a very early preview at the time. It kind of still is in preview, but we're getting closer to maybe calling it a version 1 with a straight face. And the original reason why we wanted to have an indexer is we wanted to deliver a certain UX, we wanted to deliver fast UIs, and we wanted to deliver full text search of Nostr. But then when we started indexing, when we started collecting all these events, we realized, oh, well, look, we have all this data, and we are picking it up in real time, which means we can probably figure out what's trending just based on the data we have without a lot of work. So we came up with a super simple algorithm where we kind of assigned scores to certain reaction types. So when somebody posts a note, you can get reactions to that note. And then we scored the reaction types. So basically like a repost is worth more than a like, and then zap is worth even more, and replies are kind of worth the most. So we kind of tally these things up, and for any given time frame, we could do like a aggregation and summary of those, and things basically worked right out of the bat. So the first thing we tried here kind of worked. So we were able to create a kind of a feed of things that happened in the last 24 hours, sorted by these scores, and it kind of looked legit. So it was not supposed to be on our kind of feature list for the first initial preview release, but like I said, the first thing we tried worked, so we were like, okay, well, let's maybe add a little sidebar, and maybe people will find that useful. So we have our interface is such that we have our main feed, but there's a sidebar there on the main page where you can see whatever's trending. So we put this together very quickly, and like I said, it worked right away. And then we realized, okay, well, wait, this is easily gameable by bots. You can, on Nostr, it's an open protocol. You can, build and publish anything you want. You can create bots and you can create millions of MPubs and produce bogus reactions. So if we just go ahead and launch this, there's no telling what could end up trending there. It could be some wacky stuff, and it could be some really, really awful stuff. So at that time, we kind of liked the idea of launching this and seeing what happened. but we needed at least some sort of a rudimentary kind of defense mechanism against it. So we came up with a very simple can't trend list. So if we realize that something crazy is trending, we just put the npub on that list, and that npub can't trend anymore on Primal. So what that means for the rest of the application is that that npub is perfectly visible. So if somebody's following that npub, they will see them in their feeds. They won't be deranked in any kind of reply threads or anything like that. It's just that they wouldn't be able to appear on that sidebar. So we launched this in March of 23, just a few days before Nostrasia. And to our delight, the whole app was noticed by just about everyone at Nostrasia, so that was nice. And yeah, we launched it in March, and by September, we got wrecked by bots. So it kind of held its own for about 6 months. So it was producing some sort of a useful service to Nostr users for about 6 months. Before kind of people, I guess more people started paying attention to what's trending on Primal. It became a little bit more valuable maybe to be on that list in the eyes of some users. So some people started actually lightly gaming it. But then we got the real attack in September of 23. And the real attack basically looked like this. Somebody created like a ton of npubs and would boost a note by reposting it 200,000 times, for example. So we started noticing these bogus notes that were right at the top of our trending list. And so we used the only little blunt tool that we had. We used our can't trend list to get rid of that stuff of our front page. So the moment we did that, the attacker who went after us started accusing us of censorship. It's like, you're censoring us. But that didn't pick up. They didn't really get a lot of traction in terms of reactions to the allegations of censorship. So what the attacker did then is he started doing the same type of attack and boosting other people's notes through the same mechanisms. So we started noticing all kinds of notes from all kinds of users trending up there with obviously bogus engagements. Hundreds of thousands of reposts, so many zaps, etc., etc. And in the process of doing that, the attacker was probably bringing some relays to their knees. So it was like, it was a fun time, not for us, but for a lot of the Nostr community. It was a fun time. They were having a good time trying to one-up one another in terms of what's going to end up trending on Primal. So we were like, okay, well, now it's time to actually do this properly. We had this on our to-do list to kind of have a more sophisticated way to implement this trending algorithm that can't so easily be gained by bots. And this attack kind of forced us to reprioritize that work and kind of do it right away because we had a bit of a fire to put out. But what's funny is that this whole episode of censorship was it kind of blew up, but the quote-unquote censored accounts had exactly the same level of visibility on Primal as they did on other Nostr clients like Damus or Coracle or Snort and so forth, in terms of normal chronological feeds. So when you use Primal, your default feed is the non-algorithmic reverse chronological feed of people you follow. So those accounts had exactly the same level of visibility there. They had exactly the same level of visibility in threads, in replies, and stuff like that. They just couldn't appear on that little trending sidebar. But that seemed to be such a big deal, and it was interesting to observe how the Nostr community reacted there. At any whiff of censorship, they were up in arms and demanded, demanded that we address this. So we did, we kind of took some time to implement this new trending algorithm that I'm going to be covering today. And as of now, we are still up and running and back in business, so to speak. And the algorithm seems to be holding its own in terms of being somewhat resistant to bots, although we're not going to claim final victory here. You know, these things are never fully done. So as our own systems get more sophisticated, the attackers get more sophisticated as well. So I think it probably keeps going forever. But the whole episode kind of forced us to upgrade our systems in a way that they can operate a little bit better in an adversarial environment. And I think actually the quality of trending posts increased quite a bit, actually. So that was actually good to see. So here is how basic trending works on Primal. This is the system that I already described that we started with. We give points basically for certain reaction types. So likes are cheap, so they only get 1 point, but they're still counted. Reposts get 3 points, zaps get 5, and replies in our system are most valuable and they get 10 points. As you can tell, this is a very, very simple system. And that's, as I mentioned, the system that we implemented initially without any resistance to bots. This was just a plain system like this, actually worked pretty nicely right there. And we just moved on to other topics, other kind of items on our to-do list, of which there are many. And kind of let it sit there. But after the attack, we realized that we actually can't leave it like that. We have to. It's also not good to have these like blunt can't trend lists. That's not really solving anything. So the actual problem we were trying to solve here is to find humans on Nostr. So to kind of filter out all the events, all the reactions by non-human actors here, and try to find humans. So these are kind of some high-level stats on the Nostr network based on our own indexer. These numbers differ somewhat between different indexers, but this is what we're getting. So you can see that there are over 33 million public keys. And on Primal, we're listing 592,000 quote-unquote users. They're not really users. They are pub keys with metadata and at least one follow. So it's a pretty low bar to pass to be considered a user. The question really that we wanted to resolve is how many humans there are. So this number of just over 162,000 is what we got after we ran the algorithm that I'm going to go through that essentially inferred through the social graph who the actual humans are. So these are kind of interesting orders of magnitude to keep in mind. So 33 million pub keys, and you can, like, when you go to primal/explore, primal.net/explore, you'll see them kind of getting cranked up pretty quickly. Like these, like pub keys are being created quickly and are being used all over the place, way faster than users. And then you have, this is the order of magnitude of public notes, just over 71 million, reposts, and all events are almost 150 million. So again, how do we find humans in Nostr, considering it's all fully open and anyone can fairly easily, you don't need to be too sophisticated to create mpubs and key pairs and start like posting events to relays. And by the way, most relays would just accept these events indiscriminately. They won't try to decipher who is creating the event or how legit it is. They'll just store them. Relays are by design meant to be fairly unsophisticated and very simple, right? So here is the kind of the grand idea. we'd like to infer humanity from the social graph connections. So that's the one thing we have going for us on Nostr. The social graph is public, and anyone can see them. Anyone can see it. And within that social graph, you kind of know, you have at least some subset of users that you know are real users, people you follow, people you verified in a certain way that you know are actual humans. And then those people follow others who are supposedly human. So you kind of go from there. You then enlarge the set of humans by looking at who your initial set of humans is following, and you continue running down that list. So I'll go through the algo shortly. So the idea was to kind of implement this and run it through the Nostr social graph, and then open source all aspects of this solution so that others can run this independently and verify for themselves and so forth. So here is the paper that we based our algorithm on, and it's called Combating Web Spam with Trust Rank. And interestingly, it's 20 years old. It's like people have been trying to solve these types of problems for a long time. So the abstract here, I kind of outlined it. It talks about, here's my favorite part. In this paper, we discussed the possible ways to implement the seed selection and discovery of good pages. We present results of experiments run on the World Wide Web, indexed by Alta Vista, and evaluate the performance of our techniques, blah, 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 blah. So this is kind of how far these things go, and like the research around what's real content and what's bogus content has been around for a long time. And interestingly, the algorithms and the overall approach that search engines have been kind of applying to combat spam are relevant in our own kind of application here to find bots versus humans. So this specific paper that I'm mentioning here by these three researchers, and this is the URL where you can pick it up from. It's about 10 pages. It's interesting. Not all of it is applicable to us. We took just one section that kind of solved our problem, and here is the kind of the pseudocode and the overall approach. So essentially you identify the initial set of good nodes meaning kind of somehow verified nodes manually. And this set doesn't need to be too big. That's why you can do it manually. And then you use the follow connections to increase the score of follows. So to increase the score of the quote-unquote bad nodes that you started with. But as you are kind of going through the graph and you see that people are following them, you kind of slightly keep increasing their score. What's interesting is that you also decrease the score of the follower. So that prevents the scenario where somebody, let's say a well-respected person on the network with a high score, could then create 1 million bots and follow them all, and all of a sudden they're all good. So that won't work with this technique, because very quickly they'll lose their own kind of score, and they won't be able to increase or boost the visibility of other nodes on the network. And that's basically it. So we then took the database of all kind of So the first step was then, do the manual kind of your selection of verified humans. Let's put it this way. And the way we went about it was we collected the list of top NIPFI domains from all the metadata events for all the users. We manually selected the domains that look legit to us. And for example, if somebody is verified at primal.net, well, we verify them ourselves. It's probably about 100 accounts, maybe a couple, 150. So that's a good kind of starting point. We took a few more domains just to have that initial set kind of a little bit bigger. We verified then that all of those npubs are indeed, they passed the NIP5 verification on those sites. And then we created a graph by running the algorithm as I described. So you start with the value of 1.0 for the good nodes. So for people who are verified as human, you start with 0 for others. And you run this, you execute this entire algorithm. And this is what the code looks like. And by the way, this is our GitHub. So you can, this source file is a little bit bigger than this, but this is the kind of relevant section. And you run this essentially on the entire list of npubs on Nostr, and you end up with trust scores for all of them. So as I mentioned, we ended up with about 162,000 kind of npubs that had a trust score higher than 0. And we were not too interested in the level of the score. We just wanted to know yes or no, human or not. So we ended up with that many humans. And then we went back to our trending algorithm. We applied the same rules as before, but this time we didn't count the bot reactions. And that seemed to have done the trick. So, and kind of is producing a much nicer signal within these trending feeds just in general. So this is not perfect. There's still a lot of room for improvement. I'm sure we'll get more experience as we go forward and get more sophisticated attacks and react to them and so forth. I think this is how Primal is going to grow. This is how the entire network is going to grow. One thing that we can say is that we're going to be open and transparent about the stuff that we're doing. And we're going to share our solutions with the rest of the community so that people who find this interesting and useful can apply this in their apps. And the specific, immediately obvious shortcomings of the approach that we're taking here is, well, number one, the newly created accounts have no trust rank. So when you create a brand new account, if you're not being followed by anyone, your reactions are not going to be counted yet until a human follows you. Hopefully multiple humans follow you, and then your reactions will be accounted for in the overall kind of trending calculation. And one kind of specific shortcoming of our current solution is that we don't have this trust rank calculated automatically. We run it periodically on our data set. So that's kind of in a nutshell how trending works in Primal, and the outcome of all of this is, as I mentioned at the beginning, that you need to get genuine engagement from humans to be able to show up on that trending list. I figured now might be a good time to also talk about other algos that we're working on at Primal and that we're using. So obviously we have algorithms for search. And by the way, all our entire stack is open sourced on our GitHub. You can pick up anything you want from it. Pick up the whole thing, run your own version of the entire Primal stack if you wish, or pick up elements that are useful to you and then fork them and use them in your own apps as you see fit. So yeah, we use algorithms for search, trending, spam detection. It's a whole different topic, but we do have an algorithm for that. It's not terribly sophisticated, but it seems to do the job somewhat so far, and obviously it's something that we're going to continue improving. We also have some very rudimentary not safe for work content detection, which we haven't deployed yet. There will be a lot more work there, and more algorithms are on the way as well. We think that our algorithms on Nostr are going to be quite useful, but we need to be careful about how we use them and how we apply them. So our take on it, our policy is that, well, first of all, feed algorithms should be optional. this is why our default feed does not involve any algorithmic interventions. So people should explicitly select a certain type of algo from their feed, like trending or whatever, highlights or whatever else we and others come up with, and they should know, okay, this is an algorithm, okay? And we are going to make our primal algos available in other clients, so we're looking at the best way to do this, but we want to make sure that other client apps can benefit from this if they want to use our algos. And we want to also make algorithms that are created by other kind of service creators available in Primal. So in a word, we're going to participate in this marketplace of algorithms. And last but not least, we're going to always open source all of our algorithms under the MIT license so that anyone can use them, because that's how we all win. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Konnichiwa, Japan. All right. Hi, everybody. Namaste. My name's Paco. I'm from India, and it's so good to see you all here. I'm going to try to sum this up in 20 minutes because the great Edward Snowden and Jack Dorsey will be speaking. So let's do this. Thank you everybody for taking out time to come here to listen what Run with Bitcoin is. And this journey is only possible because of people like you who supported my journey. So a round of applause for everyone. Like, you all supported my journey to make this thing possible. And yeah. Why am I doing Run with Bitcoin is just for mass awareness, to share that yes, Bitcoin is money. And humans of Bitcoin are kind people. But what is Run with Bitcoin? I'm from India, and it was August 25th, 2021. I got a call from my friend saying, Paco, do you want to travel the world? It was a full moon night. I was like, yeah, I want to travel the world. He's like, but you have to travel using Bitcoin. And I'm like, but what is Bitcoin? He gave me the book called The Bitcoin Standard. How many of you read The Bitcoin Standard? All right. So that book really changed my life. I come from India, and we believe in gold. Gold is worship. Gold is everything. How many of you have gold? Hey, you see this? Okay, how many of you have Bitcoin? There you go. We have moved forward. So I just realized that in 1971, they stopped using the gold standard. And I was like, okay, this is possible. I went to Google and I tried to search, how can I travel using Bitcoin? There weren't many people. There were two people. One was Felix Wies. He's from Germany. He traveled the world, 27 countries using Bitcoin in 2017. And I'm like, all right, let's do this. This is lightning. It is possible. And here starts the journey of traveling 40 countries in 2 years. It was not possible in 1 year. And yeah, I'm a hippie. I quit my job in 2015. I went out traveling. I hitchhiked from United States to Argentina. Along the way, I did a lot of small jobs. That is from dumpster diving, being an English teacher, selling peanuts, writing people's name in Hindi. I can write your name in Hindi if you want. And yeah, being a guide, and then Bitcoin comes to my life. So I'm just going to share some small stories of what I've learned. I had sent 1,000 DMs to people all throughout this journey. 2 years ago, I had 0 followers, 0 people knew me. People thought I'm a scammer. I sent 1,000 DMs. From 1,000 DMs, 45 people replied to me. Only 45 people. And I had $200 in my pocket when the journey started in 17 September. So this journey will share with you 5 things. Those are the 5 properties of money. And that is durability, portability, divisibility, limited supply, and acceptability. So to begin off with acceptability, Bitcoin has been accepted in over 40 countries and majorly all in Global South. Global South is almost 5 billion people, and that's where the money moves nowadays. Anyways, I'll start with India. Bitcoin price was $55,000 when I started. I hosted my Bitcoin meetups, bought shoes and stuff. In this photo, the person from the left in the blue shirt, he can't speak, he can't hear. We were talking via Telegram, and he said, English is freedom, Bitcoin is freedom. And I was like, yeah, that's my first beginning. The other meetup, in that meetup I was called an anti-national because I was talking shit about my government money. And I was really scared for my life. So I changed the approach. I moved forward to Thailand. And in Thailand, there's one of us sitting with us, Barry. He is one of the contributors of Umbrella. And that's when I came to know what is toxic maximalism mean. A lot of people used Bitcoin. I remember I reached Koh Samui, the island, and I was like, hey, I'm going to stay at this place, pay with Bitcoin. I reached to the place, the guy said no. I was like, okay, now what I'm going to do? I started walking. I saw a big signboard saying Bitcoin accepted here. I got my bike rental for Bitcoin, my visa extension with Bitcoin, my hostel, everything with Bitcoin. Yep. I moved over to Cambodia. In 1970, United States of America had a war with Vietnam and they dropped 5 million landmines. As we speak, 4 million landmines are active. This is what happens when you have fiat money. And in Cambodia, those bombs are active. I got to set up a wallet for one of them. Akira is his name. It's a Japanese name, Akira. But yeah, he diffused over 100,000 bombs there and saved people. And if you're using Bitcoin, you cannot cheat the chain, you cannot print more money. So Bitcoin's properties are very helpful for the world that comes forward. Cambodia was nice. Bitcoin, if you're following, the Bitcoin price has been going down. $55,000, $60,000, 50, 39. Singapore is a great community for Bitcoin meetups. In Singapore, one of the person who donated me my first 0.1 BTC, he said that, hey Paco, the day you become a big influencer, you will start shilling shitcoins. And I don't want to support you with a lot of money, but since I'm a Bitcoiner, I will give you this 0.1 Bitcoin. Thank God I'm not shilling any shitcoins. Yeah. Sri Lanka, this is my favorite story. I'm 33 years old. I lost the key to my hotel room. And the lady said that you have to pay $100. I said, no, I will not pay you $100. I will make you a copy. She gave me a copy. I went to the next town and I told to the key maker, hey, can you make me a copy of this key? I will pay you in Bitcoin. He said, yes, I have Binance. I apparently got a copy of key paid in Bitcoin. Sri Lanka has a very difficult story. I don't need to convince you about what Bitcoin is, but Sri Lanka ran out of US dollars. With there being no dollars, they did not have petroleum. With no petroleum, there was no electricity. With no electricity, the president escaped the country. So that's what Bitcoin has done to Sri Lanka. Nothing yet. Qatar, the youngest guy here, he's 13 years old. He runs an Electrum wallet, and he helped me get my first running shoes in Qatar. Kenya. I went to Kenya with all racist vibes. I was really scared for my life, but that's where my life changed. Somebody stole my phone, but I bought a phone with Bitcoin, and I found a Bitcoin bus, Bitcoin massage parlor, Bitcoin restaurant. And Uganda, I went over to the equator. I offered the lady some Bitcoin, and the lady is like, is this Bitcoin halal? Is this Bitcoin kosher? And I was like, hi, I'm not God, but this is still better than what your government is printing. She did accept Bitcoin. People love cash. Average person's salary is $60 to $100 per month. So all of you people who are here, please count your blessings. Bitcoin is a rich man's game. The rich man will make money by sharing the money with the poor people. So we are blessed. So please be sharing love with everybody around. Rwanda, same thing, Bitcoin. See, the Bitcoin price is $40,000. I go to Tanzania, I climb Kilimanjaro, I orange pill my guide, I pay him, I go up, I come down, 5 days later. Bitcoin prices, $30,000. So I had to give him more Bitcoin so that he feels happy, but he doesn't use Bitcoin anymore because of the fluctuation. One of the great ladies, Dr. Sandra, she's teaching Bitcoin in Kiswahili, a local language. So in Africa, there are more than 1,000 languages. Hence, there is no such adoption. But people are using Bitcoin in all these countries. Malawi's Bitcoin adoption. Mozambique, the oldest guy to accept Bitcoin from me, he was 67 years old. The reason he accepted Bitcoin because he loves gambling. I mean, the price is better now. I'm grateful. Zimbabwe, we know a lot about Zimbabwe. They had the currencies of billions and trillions dollars. I reached Zimbabwe, I met with an accident. And hence, anytime somebody asks, how are you? And I say, I am alive. I am really grateful that I'm here to share this story with you. Great Bitcoin community. People use Bitcoin. As I can say, the properties of money are there. It is used. It is accepted. Entering into Zambia, I had some money with me. I took that money over the border. They said, we will not accept your money. And I was like, why? He's like, this is a piece of paper that only works on the other side. We accept our own Zambian kwachas. And I was like, wow, if you're going to do that, then you don't accept my money, then what is this? And that's where I was like, okay, my Bitcoin is still accepted. I went and I did my peer-to-peer trade. Botswana, we all think that we are contributing to Bitcoin, right? We all think that we are the best people and we are doing the great job. We are amazing people. The man in the center, Chris Ellis, a 2012 Bitcoiner, was part of the Bitcoin Foundation, used to give away a lot of Bitcoins to people. But then he found out that people were using that money to buy business class tickets and enjoy life. He went over to the Kalahari Desert in Botswana and he started permaculture. He is using his Bitcoin to grow plants and fruits so that when he dies, people can have food. So yeah, that's something that I feel permaculture is self-transcendence. Permaculture is more than you, rather than just stacking and buying a Lambo. Oop, Peter, my comment. No. Nigeria also, there is a great, I want to tell something. People say there is Bitcoin adoption, there is USDT adoption. Because most of the people who are using that are P2P traders, and USDT is much more stable, and that's what people prefer. And this is what I saw in Nigeria, great Bitcoin adoption, great community. But yes, USDT is highly preferred down there. Cameroon, so I was crossing the border from Nigeria to Cameroon. And on the border, they checked my bags and they found a Bitcoin t-shirt, Bitcoin shoes, Bitcoin stickers. And the guy is like, Bitcoin is money. I'm like, yes, Bitcoin is money. Do you want some? He's like, yeah. I gave him 100 stickers and I was through. People are aware Bitcoin is money, but people don't know what Bitcoin is. Central Africa Republic, the country that said that we use Bitcoin, I ended up reaching the president's office and I was telling him about Bitcoin and I showed him this similar presentation and he said, but who gave them permission to use Bitcoin? And I'm like, exactly, sir, it is permissionless. And then he was like, how about you buy my Sango coin? They launched a shit coin. And I was there, we pay respect. I was like, sure, I'll buy your shit coin. The man forgot his login password. I set him up a wallet of Satoshi, gave him $5 of Bitcoin there. But the country, nobody uses Bitcoin and they speak French. All right, crossing in from Central Africa Republic to South Sudan, it took me 9 days. There are no roads. I was on a bike for 1,500 kilometers, 9 days. And in that bike, one day I had to convert my $100 bill. I went to convert the $100 bill. The person said, no, I will not accept it. I'm like, why? He's like, this money is printed in 2009. I only accept 2013 and above. And I was like, oh, this is so true. My Bitcoin doesn't expire. My Bitcoin is accepted everywhere. It is uniformly accepted all around the world. Nonetheless, I crossed over into the border, South Sudan. I crossed the war zone. I am stupid. I don't use much of Google. I entered a war zone. And in the war zone, they thought I'm a spy. Apparently, the first so-called white guy crossing. I had guns on my head. They said, open your laptop, open your phone, you're spying on us. And I'm like, no, I'm not. He's like, now you have to give me $150. I'm like, I have no money. He's like, you're hiding money in your underpants. So I was naked in front of the cops. And they did not find any money. And there I understood nobody can take my Bitcoin. Thank God, one of the guys called up someone. And I went up to the Central Intelligence Office. And the guy was like, how are you? And I was like, I was sitting on a sofa. And I was like, I am angry. You guys are smoking weed, drinking on job, and harassing me. He's like, calm down. I'm like, no, I can't calm down. I'm very angry. Now I was in power, right? He's like, I'll ask you 2 questions. Question 1, did they beat you? I'm like, no. Question 2, did they take anything from you? I'm like, no. He's like, they have the authority to shoot you because this is a war zone. So I just realized Bitcoin doesn't fix everything, guys. You have to see there are war zones. People are still fighting between their tribes. And we are really blessed that we are still here. When we were born, we were hungry, naked and crying. And look at us now. Smiling, have clothes, stomach full, waiting for more sake for tonight. Ethiopia, I think so. Ethiopia is a great country too. Never colonized. Ethiopia, Japan, Thailand, Peru. Great culture still alive. Bitcoin adoption. Bitcoin has reached $19,000. Welcome El Salvador. El Salvador said they have a great Bitcoin community called Bitcoin Beach. How many of you been to El Salvador? There you go. Thanks to El Salvador, we have something great happening. There's Mi Primer Bitcoin come out. They're teaching Bitcoin. We have a friend, a designer for Damas here, Roberto. He has great coffee in his country. So El Salvador, yes, people accept Bitcoin, but in Bitcoin Beach, they charge a commission of 5% extra. Senegal, if anybody wants to have a circular economy, you can do like Senegal, run your own node and provide liquidity to your friends. That guy does it there, Nuru, 10 businesses accept Bitcoin. Ghana, I reached Ghana and this is the first time I met Jack Dorsey. And I asked him, can I touch your beard? And he said no. And I was like, okay, no problem. I got to meet other people, had a great community time. A great community started called Bitcoin Cowries. Another Bitcoin community started. I would like to say, as I skipped through the countries, because of the visit, what happened, there's a community started in Cameroon called Bitcoin Mountain. A community started in Uganda called Bitcoin Uganda Kampala. So this is the 3rd community that started. Welcome to South Africa. I reached day number 2, I was mugged. And as I was mugged, they took my phone away and the community got me a new phone in 2 hours. So this community, what it loves is proof of work. If you go to job, you get paid. If you listen to your father, you get pocket money. But if you don't do anything, you don't get anything. So this community loves proof of work, and that's why we are here. We all love to work. So yeah, keep working and keep sharing the love. Stop being toxic. Toxicity was good, but toxicity did not get you 100,000 people joining the ecosystem. We had an Indian Bitcoin conference, only 100 people came. We are a country of 1.5 billion people. We have to share love, and that comes from within you and yourself. If you did not get love while you were growing up, how will you share love? So yeah, look within. Don't be angry at people. Give people a chance. Because everybody's a human. There's a yin and the yang. This is the yang, that's the yin, right? There's the black, the white, the hot, the cold, the up, the down. If there is no shitcoin, whom do you bully? And if people do not fall, if people do not make mistakes, how will they grow? People are nice. People have given me so much love. I was homeless when I started the journey. And here today I'm on a stage talking to you all about what love can do. Brazil, I got to meet Jesus. Jesus said, buy Bitcoin. I was like, cool. Brazil has a great Bitcoin community called Praia Bitcoin, another circular economy. We're moving forward to Costa Rica. That's when I met the first time Nostrasia. How many of you have this badge? You all have it? It is very precious. Others are not getting it this time. Preserve this. I got it in Nostrasia. I got to meet first time Will, got to see the power of Nostr. If Bitcoin is freedom money, then Nostr is freedom of speech. You can say anything and anything. I say literally anything sometimes there. First time in my life, Bitcoin went up to $26,000. I was like, whoop, whoop, happy. There's Francis Pouliot. He is the most ethical man in this world, I guess. I guess ethics comes when you have stomach full. When you're hungry, you can't have ethics because we are busy looking for food. Mexico, great community started, another circular community started in Mexico too. Thanks to the drug cartels, there is a lot of cash economy. So I love Japan because in Japan you all love cash. There are a lot of places they love cash. I love cash. Cuba. How many have seen the Cuba documentary? There's a nice documentary done by Joe Nakamoto talking about Cuba. Now Cuba has, where am I on time? 6 minutes. Cuba has a great community. We hosted a Bitcoin meetup, 75 people came up. And thanks to the death of Fidel Castro, a lot of small businesses have started. And that's really beautiful. The law says that you can use Bitcoin anytime, anywhere. A great people. But the average man's salary is $12 to $15 per month. So if you want to feel you're rich, go to Cuba. You can buy the whole club. Jamaica, Dread is here, great community. They are also cash-only people. Got to visit Bob Marley's house, which is a museum. And Bob Marley did used to smoke marijuana on the Bible. Haiti, the only country where I did not use Bitcoin. This country, I heard gunshots and I ran away. 4 days later, I left Haiti. I'm not going back to this country. This country got destroyed because of double debt. This is the first country to get independence, 1800s. And this is the country that is suffering the most because they are paying their debt to the French people. Dominican Republic, my favorite country. People use Bitcoin down there too. Puerto Rico, there are a lot of Bitcoiners, but no adoption. Trinidad and Tobago, similarly good community. Suriname, another community started called Bitcoin Sranan, another circular economy. Panama, if you are getting married, please do get prenups. I will not go there. Anyways, Peru, another circular economy I did. One of my favorite circular economies from Peru. Honduras also has a circular economy called Roatan. And Nicaragua is also communism. Nicaragua just opened the North Korean embassy there and shut down the Australian embassy. Please don't carry your drone or cameras there, you can get stuck. I would really like to thank the community. I was looking for funding. I was asking for $150 to $200 per day. I got $50 per day, but that's the end of my journey. I am free. It's no more run with Bitcoin, it's run with Nostr now. I am a free man. I make videos. Over this time, I've hosted 110 Bitcoin meetups, 250 YouTube videos. And yeah, this is me here on Pakodela India, Twitter. And this is my NPub. I believe like we humans are all blessed. We should just share our blessings because we are still alive. We have a long way to go. Bitcoin is a government job. It is not a 3-year, 5-year job. It's 20 years job. That's why our parents always said, get a government job. But yeah, share love with you guys, man, because love is what brings us all together. That's what I felt with Nostr. And I really hope. Yep, thank you guys.
Thank you. In just a moment, I'll get the stream from in there and here. So if you don't want to, you can stay here and watch it too.